Okay, as the last few people filter in, I'm going to get us started. Good late morning, everyone. Thank you for braving springtime in Boulder to be here today. My name is Deep Gulasekara, professor of law here, where I also have the privilege of serving as the director of the Byron R. White Center for the Study of American Constitutional Law. It is my great pleasure to welcome those here in person and the many more now who have shifted to online for the 33rd annual Ira C. Rothgerber Conference in Constitutional Law. This annual conference is the signature event of the Byron White Center, of course named for the well-known University of Colorado alum and Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. The Byron White Center's mission is to support excellence in constitutional scholarship, provide opportunities for students to promote justice, and expand public knowledge and informed discussion of the Constitution. We aim to foster a dialogue that is rigorous, inclusive, and connected to the real-world implications of executive, legislative, and judicial outputs. That mission is embodied in this conference, which is made possible each year through the generosity of the Rothgerber family and the bequest of Ira C. Rothgerber, Jr. Ira is a proud graduate of this law school and a deep believer in the enduring importance of civil discourse in democratic life. Each year, the conference brings together leading thinkers to explore the most pressing questions of our time. Last year's topic was the timely one of artificial intelligence and the Constitution. This year, we're proud to carry forward that tradition with the timely and timeless question and theme that sits at the center of legal, political, and moral debate in the United States today, that of immigration and national borders. In an era marked by geopolitical upheaval, shifting migration patterns, and an increasingly complex legal and moral debates around sovereignty, citizenship, and human rights, the role of borders, both literal and conceptual, demands our sustained focus. Immigration law and the control of national borders is not merely a statutory or policy question or even a constitutional interpretation question, but a crucible for the democratic values and identity that lie at the center of our constitutional republic. Understanding and agreeing on immigration and border policies forces us to confront fundamental questions about inclusion and exclusion, security and humanity. It forces us to ask, who belongs, who decides, and on what grounds? It challenges the outer limits of legal doctrine and our collective moral commitments. It is particularly meaningful, then, that our keynote speaker today is Professor Hiroshi Motomura, who's a scholar whose work has profoundly shaped the field of immigration law and who has long been a promoter of justice for immigrants. Many of us know his landmark contributions, and today we're lucky to get an early look at the ideas from his most recent work, Borders and Belonging Toward a Fair Immigration Policy. Throughout the day, as a preview, we'll hear from leading voices in citizenship and immigration law, scholars who approach these questions from different perspectives and methodologies, but with a shared commitment to understanding and improving the legal frameworks that govern membership and human dignity. As a preview of the conference program, which you can get online in print form or in print form, we will commence with the keynote address. We'll then break for lunch for those in person, which will be on the second floor in Shaden Commons. Promptly at 12:45, we will reconvene here for a series of 3 panels featuring 10 distinguished scholars who will engage with the themes of Hiroshi's book. I could not be more thrilled to bring these experts to you. They are who I would like to be when I grow up. I'll introduce them very briefly here and more fully when their panels begin. As a teaser, we'll have Aleinikoff, Executive Dean of the New School, Ayelet Shachar, Irving G. and Eleanor G. Traeger, Chair in Comparative Law at the University of California, Berkeley, Paulina Arnold from the University of Michigan Law School, Ahilan Arulanantham, Professor of Law at UCLA School of Law and Co-Director for the Center for Immigration Law and Policy, Juliet Stumpf, Edmund O. Belsheim, Professor at Lewis and Clark, Lisa Martinez from the University of Denver, Departments of Sociology and Criminology, Violeta Chapin, our own Violeta Chapin, a Clinical Professor of Law at Colorado Law, Dan Tichenor from University of Oregon, Stephen Lee from University of California, Irvine, and Cesar Hernandez, Gregory H. Williams, Professor of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at The Ohio State University, Moritz College of Law. Finally, I want to thank the students, staff, and faculty at the Byron White Center in Colorado Law who helped bring this event together. First to Lindley Bell, the planner for the Byron White Center. None of this happens without Lindley's dedication, organization, and care. I also want to thank our Byron White Center student fellows, Tori Matson, Rhea Russell, Matthew Engbertson, M.R. Dickey, and Michael Smith, who have worked behind the scenes to bring this conference to life. Finally, we are here today, of course, due to the generosity and vision of Hiroshi Rothgerber, whose bequest funds the Byron White Center and this conference. One administrative note before beginning, after Hiroshi's keynote, we'll have time for direct Q&A with Hiroshi, and then we'll have time for Q&A after each of the panels as well. Students in the audience, my student fellows, will have mics that they'll bring around. For those online, you are welcome to enter your questions in the Q&A box on the webinar, and we will compile those for asking of the panelists or the keynote speaker. With all of that said, it is now my tremendous privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Hiroshi Motomura. Professor Motomura is the Susan Westerberg Prager Distinguished Professor of Law at the UCLA School of Law and co-faculty director of the Center for Immigration Law and Policy. He's one of the nation's most accomplished and influential scholars in immigration law, and his work has profoundly shaped legal doctrine, policy debates, and academic inquiry. He's the author of 3 groundbreaking and widely cited books: Americans in Waiting, The Lost Story of Immigration and Citizenship in the United States from 2006, Immigration Outside the Law from 2014, a powerful exploration of unauthorized immigration and the discretionary forces that define it, and now Borders and Belonging Toward a Fair Immigration Policy. He is the co-author, along with Aleinikoff, Juliet, Stumpf, and some other people of a leading casebook in immigration law, now in its 10th edition, which has educated generations of students and law professors alike. Currently, along with Aleinikoff and Christina Rodriguez, he's one of the co-hosts of the podcast Unsettled: Immigration in Turbulent Times, which I was actually listening to on the way in. If you're interested in learning this week about the Alien Enemies Act, I highly recommend it. Professor Motomura's teaching and scholarship have earned him numerous national honors. He's a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He's also a recipient of University of California's Presidential Chair and has received multiple teaching excellence awards, including the Rudder Award for Excellence in Teaching at UCLA, and named a President's Teaching Scholar at the University of Colorado, which is the highest teaching distinction awarded at CU. He served on the board of the directors of the National Immigration Law Center from 2011 to 2020, and closer to home, one of the co-founders and current directors of the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, otherwise known as Remain. He's known by colleagues and students not only for his brilliance, but for his thoughtfulness, kindness, and commitment to mentorship. Graduate of Yale Law School, he began his distinguished career here at the University of Colorado Law School, where he spent more than a decade on the faculty, thus making his return today a homecoming and a reunion with the intellectual community he helped build. Many in this room, myself included, have been shaped by his ideas and inspired by his example. So it is with great respect and admiration that I welcome my dear friend and mentor and ask you to join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Professor Hiroshi Motomura.
Thank you so much for such a generous introduction. I really should just quit here while I'm ahead. And thank you all for being here online or in person, especially in person in view of the weather, although I guess I recall from living here that it's really not that bad. I should say before I get to some sort of official keynote that, being here is full of memories and emotions for me. I mean, this is a place where I became a law professor. It's not just a place where I started, but I taught here for 21 years. I fondly recall Ira Rothgerber influence on CU law at the time. When I was here, he was very much a presence at the law school, and his commitment and generosity propelled many of the law school's scholarly events in that period. His imprint on this building, on what used to be the law school building, which is across the parking lot, as some of you may know, this used to be the tennis court, is really profound, I think, and enduring. And this is also a place where I became a teacher and scholar of immigration law. I was originally hired to teach civil procedure, international business transactions, and comparative law. I started teaching and writing about immigration law actually after I got tenure here. I recall a conversation, very pivotal, with my dean at the time, Gene Nickel. He and I had lunch together at the place that now has turned into the Subway shop. But it used to be called the She Shop. Some of you may remember that. And we had lunch there. And I said, Nick, I'm thinking about completely switching fields and writing about something else. And in fact, I was telling my friend and colleague Alex Aleinikoff was suggesting, maybe we need more people writing in this field. And I went to Nick and said, well, you think it'd be crazy if I completely switch fields now? And he said, basically, Zan, you should do what you want to do. And I've really never looked back. I still have a draft of an article about civil procedure summary judgment standards in Courier double-spaced font in my filing cabinet. I never finished that. I also want to thank so many people who, many of whom are here today, that helped me shape this book. One of the things it says in the acknowledgments is when your acknowledgments cover several pages, you've had a lot of help. And much of that help comes from people in this room right now. And I really, really appreciate that. Some of those conversations have been about issues, some have been specifically on drafts, and some are just conversations about anything that made me reconsider why I write, how we situate ourselves and how we tell stories. And that's been very profoundly shaping. Okay, so the keynote. I'm reminded what keynotes really are. At least I looked this up, and I trust my sources, that the keynote is when you're in a concert and someone hits the note, and that tells you what the key is for going to be, and you can tune to it. So the term keynote talk has evolved away from that. But I really want to do it in that spirit because it's actually comforting to me to talk about the book and realize that this is just kicking off a series of conversations, among others, with them taking the principal role. So my purpose isn't to try to summarize what the book says. I think we'll get more of that during the day. I'll give you a flavor of the book, but I really want to talk more about the project as a foundation for an afternoon of discussions. And I'm really eager to hear what the speakers say this afternoon. I'm interested in their thoughts on what I got wrong, what I may have missed, and the broader context for what I'm trying to say. Okay, so by the way, and I want to acknowledge this is a very difficult time for immigrants and immigrant communities, for this country and for the world. I'm not here to sort of do any kind of general political commentary, but I think that what's happened in immigration law, Deep alluded to this, is that there have been a lot of measures coming out of the administration that have created many immediate urgencies and anxieties and fear for immigrant communities. And I should say that immigration is just one area where this is happening, right? In many ways, a democracy and the rule of law itself are, I think, in peril in different ways. And so I want to acknowledge that, but I want to stick today with what I feel I can speak to from years of thinking about this, and from that perspective, focus on what the book is trying to do. Now, sometimes I've thought that the publication of this book is completely at the wrong time, because there are urgencies, and the urgencies are immediate. And sometimes the book feels to me like it's too distant from the pain and anxiety that many communities, many people, and many institutions are feeling. And sometimes I think that at that moment that the book might even be tone deaf, because it seems to be abstract. It seems to be maybe even theoretical, though I hope not. But part of me hopes that the publication of this book is exactly at the right time. I think it's urgent, just as it's urgent to deal with the immediate need for services, advice, in communities. I also think it's urgent to chart a path forward, to revisit and rethink familiar ideas, to question familiar assumptions, and to find new angles of approach. I think that's been missing, and that's what I'm trying to do. Immigration and immigrants are under severe attack today, and I think so are citizens, especially with birthright citizenship, under the accepted interpretation of birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment under attack. And we just heard, I guess it was yesterday, the Supreme Court will hear argument on, at least on the stay in those cases, in May not very long from now. So the question really is, what is happening in the immigration space? What animates the attacks and anxiety on immigration as it has been? What can be done about this? Not just now, but in the generations to come. And so it's no accident that I dedicate this book to my grandchildren, because I'm really trying to take the long view of this and figure out what should, I think, the shaping and conversations about immigration be in the coming generation. Okay. Again, in the spirit of giving background for today, I wanted to also explain how I came to write this book. In a way, it's no accident that the cover of the book is a cover of, it shows me and my family, and that's me in the lower left-hand corner with a 3 years old, wondering why someone's taking a picture of this. It's sort of cliche, but it's really true that this book has been a lifelong journey, and I'll tell you why. I've written in law reviews and in books, but I've always felt that I've been avoiding some of the issues that really matter. Each of my books kind of ends with sometimes it's not explicit, but basically it says, I've written about this, I've written about undocumented immigration, for example, but at the end I say, but this isn't what really matters. And so I've been worried about a lot of issues that generally fall into the realm of broader context. And this book, Borders and Belonging, and tries to engage with that broader context. It's a short book, but I had to work pretty hard to get it short. It used to be a much longer book, but it's been a very difficult and daunting project because I think a lot of what the field needs is to get out of the silos of expertise that sometimes people get into and really think more broadly about what's going on. It's in a way it's the most ambitious and I hope successful book I've written, but it's probably the least likely to get me tenure. It's really kind of sadly true. Okay, so what is this broader context for the entire issue of immigration? I think we've become invested in what we know. I mean, that's fairly natural, I think, for people's careers. Many of us become experts or at least knowledgeable. We have an angle of how we think about this. Like even the general public is thinking like, I think I'm mainly concerned about refugees, or I'm mainly concerned about workers, or I'm mainly concerned about international economic development. And I think that naturally leads to a reasonable, natural, but to some extent unfortunate lack of receptivity to different perspectives for approaching the field. So just as some quick and perhaps obvious examples is that lawyers don't often listen to social scientists and what they have discovered or are discovering empirically. Economists, philosophers, and anthropologists talk to each other a lot and less often to people outside their field. Refugee scholars, even in migration regulation and law, I think refugee scholars don't often see themselves in the same field as immigration scholars. And experts don't talk enough to people with lived experience and impacted communities. Well, there are also a lot of political silos, I think. Clearly, if you think about partisan political parties, but I think more generally we tend to talk to the like-minded and to share their assumptions. There are also geographical silos because in speaking about the issues that I basically address in the book, that I'm very intrigued by the fact that, and troubled by the fact that people in the United States talk about these questions with different vocabulary, different political assumptions, different views to the role of government as compared to the United States compared to other parts of the world. Okay, so the challenge is how to break down these silos, and that's what really led me to write this book. But I'll confess to you that I felt like someone who's been doing track and field and really focused on the pole vault or something, and all of a sudden I sign up for the decathlon, and I have to kind of work on 100-meter dash and long jump, and I kind of ran out of, I couldn't remember what else is in the decathlon, but anyway, you get the point, right? I mean, I actually had to learn a lot of international development economics to write this book, because I think it's important, but it's not something the law professors often do, although some do, of course. So I built this book around 10 questions, and I think they all reflect the natural curiosity that people have about immigration. It starts with the first question that Chapter 1 deals with is why national borders and why not? That's a very fundamental question, of course, but I think a lot of philosophers have talked about this. I think a lot of people come to this with there should be open borders or no borders, or very rigid borders, and I just wanted to interrogate that a bit. These are just examples, but there's a middle of the book, there's a chapter that talks about time. I mean, do we think about people coming to the country temporarily and separate them people coming to the country permanently? Why do we do that? Is that the way that people make and governments make decisions in real life? I question that. And then another one that's towards the end of the book is what does it actually mean to address the root causes of migration? Everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of people talk about that. I'm not sure people really focus on what that means. And there are other questions like that, 10 in all. So I might be criticized, and I do criticize myself for not having had the career in international development economics or in philosophy or in anthropology that lets me be an expert in all these areas. But I think that my contribution to the book is to have these fields in conversation with each other. And in the course of that, I think I uncovered some areas where people who I think of as loosely politically aligned with me also have blind spots because of, and I'll mention one of those later, but there are many of them. And so if there's substantive critique that I should have, a chapter should have been longer or more detailed, I'm hoping at least I'm instigating a conversation across these fields, and that's really what the contribution of the book is intended to be. The book, I took to heart something that, I'm a real fan of audiobooks read by authors about their writing. It's kind of an interesting subgenre. Authors writing about their own writing. And one of my favorites is the book called On Writing by Stephen King. And Stephen King says, well, every time you edit, you should reduce the length of what you're writing by 10%. So I did that in 2 one-month binges in the several months before I turned in this manuscript. And so I said, how can this book be as short as possible? And that's what you've seen. In fact, my editor at the publisher was concerned the book was too short. So I just told him just put more space between the lines. And I think it worked out. Anyway, okay. So let me just give you a couple of examples of a flavor of the book. One question I think the book deals with, again, I'm just trying to dig more deeply into what's going on, is why do we talk about an immigration crisis? Or what is okay about that? What is not okay about that? I think this now I'm going to summarize a little bit of what my argument is, that I think this characterization runs several risks. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think there's a lot that we need to do about this, right? I do think we're in a very difficult situation politically and socially on this. The world is. But I think what troubles me is it suggests that there's a solution that calls for a rapid response. There's a situation that calls for rapid response and a quick solution. And I'm troubled that is an implication of calling it a crisis. I think this is a much situation that's taken either 100 years or 200 years to create, and I think you got to think about it that way in terms of the solution. But here's another thing that I came to believe about the question whether it's an immigration crisis. It really says that the issue is immigration a small problem or a big problem? And that troubles me because it gets the question of, do you have a 30-foot wall or or is a 10-foot wall enough? It gets the question of, can we afford to have due process? We've seen this in news, right, with the lack of due process in some people being deported, and including most prominently in the news in the last few days, last week, the situation of Mr. Abrego Garcia, who's in the CICOT prison in El Salvador. But this suggests that a certain view of what immigration policy is, which is that there are newcomers, and the newcomers threaten people who are already here. And that suggests that this is a zero-sum game. There's a limited number of jobs and resources or space, and newcomers show up and compete for that. There's a very different way to think about immigration, and I think the framing of is it a crisis or not obscures this other way of thinking about this, which is that immigration is a source of prosperity, it expands the resources, the jobs, and the space that we have. And the real question is how to share that prosperity. And the real resistance to immigration and skepticism comes from people who feel that the prosperity is being shared inadequately with them. Okay, so that's just an example of how I want to use the book to interrogate this idea of an immigration crisis. Not to say it's not a crisis, not to say it is a crisis, but to interrogate what it means to say that it is and what it obscures to say that it is. Okay, here's another thing I'll mention, and that is, what does immigration law actually do? I think the conventional view of immigration is it's the legal version of a border. It's a legal version of the border. It's the view that immigration is initially about the physical border, and that there's rules that kind of are that type of regulation, and protecting us on the inside from them on the outside. And this is the view I think that candidate Trump advanced back in 2015. And it coincided with a shift in what worldwide migration patterns were. The concern was much less about the undocumented in this country. The news images were not day laborers, stopped being day laborers in Home Depot parking lots, and became more people coming northward through Mexico to the U.S. southern border. And so that becomes an immigration narrative in the news, which is that Donald Trump would become the president who would protect the United States, not just from outsiders, but also from invaders. That's the language that's become quite often used, and it's no accident the word invasion appears in so many of the executive orders from the administration since January 20th. So what we've seen, I think, is that the narrative coming out of the White House is protecting us from invaders. But I think that there's a lot in the book that really, and this, the book went to press before the election, but I think that a lot of these cross-currents politically have been in the news for a while. To me, it's not just that outsiders are being kept out and insiders are being protected in that sense. I think the effect of this has been, this way of thinking about immigration law is to silence the voices of many people inside the country, many people who I think of as insiders, who, for various reasons, are impacted by the decisions of the federal government and may be troubled by the way things are going. This includes, of course, families and communities of the people being directly impacted. It includes the businesses that want to hire them and rely on them for their own prosperity as businesses, and for the colleges and universities that want to enroll them. So immigration law isn't just a way to separate them from us. It's a way to privilege some of us over others of us. And I think that shifts the way we talk about this, or I think it should. And I think that the silencing of those insider voices and amplifying the voices of other insiders is an example of how borders can conceal or normalize injustice. We might not allow discrimination against some of us, but somehow we accept and normalize it more readily when it's a consequence of border regulation. And disrespect often becomes normal or invisible when it happens in immigration law. An example of this is discrimination against majority Muslim countries is allowed in the name of national security without serious examination. Relevant here, by the way, I think, are the attacks most recently on birthright citizenship, because it is not just, it is, again, to reach into America's population and not just to silence the voices of insiders, but to say that some people who thought they were citizens are not even citizens at all. And that in some ways, this fits into the idea that their presence, their birth, is a consequence of invasion. Okay, just another example of what the book tries to do, and then I want to leave some time for your questions and thoughts. Another thing the book tries to do is to really think about whether immigration and how we think about the rights of non-citizens is a matter of civil rights or is a matter of human rights. I think much of the immigrant rights movement since the 1970s has cast non-citizens as insiders. In other words, this is the immigrants' rights movement view, right? It's been pretty heavily contested, but a lot of the movement in immigrants' rights has been to cast non-citizens, including the undocumented, as people who belong in some sense and who have persuasive claims to be treated equally, or at least have access to equality, and related notions of due process and a call on the rule of law follow from that. From this perspective, immigrants' rights is a matter of civil rights, and I think that has a lot of grounding in the way immigrants' rights organizations emerged in the 1970s and 1980s. It was the people who used, I think, many of the same vocabulary, many of the same litigation strategies, and this is the view that I think loses traction when migration changes, especially starting around the year 2015, 10 years ago, and the focus turns to people who are coming northward through Mexico to the U.S. southern border. Now, notice what happens. I think those civil rights type arguments about people pay taxes, they work, they were invited here by the economy, those lose traction when what you have is a situation that when the situation is not what people deserve because they belong, but rather what protections they deserve because, or should have, or we as a nation should offer because they're human beings, having to endure things that people should not have to endure. So I'm trying to draw a distinction between what I'm calling in the book belonging claims and humanity claims. Things that no human being should have to endure, that's the basis of humanity claims. Things that are part of belonging in this country or any country are what I'm calling belonging claims. And I think I'm arguing in the book for greater intentionality about this. And this has been interesting in workshopping parts of what into this book in Europe. I was struck at how the vocabulary of talking about immigrants, non-citizens, is so much in the language of human rights. I had a situation where I was talking to a colleague in Ireland, who is from Ireland, about a case that she was actually consulting on involving resisting deportation, helping a family make arguments in court to challenge their deportation by the Irish government. And she was casting this as a matter of human rights. People shouldn't be deported. And I asked her, but why aren't you putting more emphasis on the fact that this family has lived in Ireland for 20 years? And it struck me, and she responded, essentially saying, well, we have such a human rights vocabulary culture that we don't think of it that way. That sounds so American. That sounds so civil rightsy. And so I think that sometimes in this country, we tend to make human rights type arguments when in fact what's going on is that people's contributions to this country or that they belong to communities in this country ought to be recognized. So I'm arguing in this book for more intentionality on how we think about arguments and how we interrogate how they may be persuasive or frankly may not be persuasive in a given situation, but the way we talk about this. Okay, I'll just mention a few more, much more quickly, just to give you a feel for the book. There's a discussion, because I know these are all things that can come up later in the day. I think the book tries to think capaciously about what we mean by humanitarian protection. The conventional view is a historical emphasis on asylum protection. How can we think about protection more broadly in several dimensions? Is asylum the only form of protection? Why are individual decisions being made individually, when many facts relate to a group or to a country or to a situation? What does it mean to have capacity to take in people? What's the role of private sponsorship in shifting how we think about capacity? That's actually one of the consequences of public sponsorship is to shift exactly what it means to have refugees or people fleeing, people who are forced to migrate in this country, and what that means and how they settle or don't settle. Is forced migration different from labor migration and family migration? Because many people, of course, are all three. They may have connections here. They will work in this country, and they may also be applying for asylum. And how is humanitarian protection tied to what it means to address the root causes of migration? That's an example of trying to connect things in the book. Just a few of them I'll just more list is, how do we think about time? I think I mentioned that earlier. How do we think about the temporary and the permanent? how can we take immigration skeptics seriously, and why is another chapter, because I think the tendency of the immigrants' rights movement has often been to write off skeptics of immigration, sometimes by even saying, well, they're all, I've heard people say they're just racists. I think that there are racists who are skeptical of immigration policy, but I don't think everyone skeptical of immigration policy is a racist. I think we have to interrogate that, and I'm concerned that a lot of people on the political left, very loosely speaking, are too quick to write off people who are skeptical of immigration, and that has created fertile ground, certainly, for demagoguery on immigration issues. Another issue is, what does it actually mean to address the root causes of migration? Because a lot of empirical studies show that if you create better conditions in a country from which immigrants are coming, or migrants are coming, that the actual immediate effect, and in fact the short-term effect, is to increase migration, not to retard it. You make it possible for people to carry out their plans, to live out their dreams, to leave that country. So this implicates how you address root causes and the time horizon that you adopt. There's a difference between addressing root causes to limit migration on the one hand, and addressing root causes by thinking more in terms of nation building on the other hand, but this of course takes time. Remittances are a key player here, because I think remittances are important, but there's a certain paradox in suggesting that remittances are important as a way to retard migration, because of course remittances assume migration. And so how do you reconcile that? And I have something to say in the book about that I think does reconcile it. But and the last thing that, really the last thing I'll mention is that, and towards the end of the book, I really try to deal with how history should influence immigration policy. The conventional wisdom is short answer for a lot of people is yes, it should, but I think it's really important to reframe it to appreciate the complexity of this. I think it's easiest when you have a very direct link. For example, people who are translators for U.S. military forces in Afghanistan, and the arguments that they should be protected in some way, these translators or people who work for the government, protected through asylum or other forms of protection, that's a very immediate use of history. A less immediate, but I think persuasive use of history is to understand legalization of people who are undocumented in this country as a response to U.S. labor policy that has essentially has left open very few opportunities for people to come here to work in the context of an economy where they readily get jobs, and in the context of an economy where as I was saying earlier, I think that more could be done to equalize and equalize access to the gains from migration. But then you get further, and I know there are people who think that immigration should be a site of reparations for colonialism and imperialism. And one of the things I end up saying in the book is this is a spectrum here, and I think that it's hard to say that one point on the spectrum is the right one. But I think it's important to acknowledge there is a spectrum, and there's a certain point at which immigration law or no field of law is going to bear the burden of being the place where all the injustices of history are remedied. And at least that's a conversation in those terms, that there's a spectrum of attenuation or direct impact of history on policy that we ought to have instead of assuming that it's all historically determined or none of it's historically determined. And that gets into questions of responsibility for past racist episodes in the making of American history. What do we do about that? How do we separate blaming people and making them feel guilty from thinking more in terms of what we do about it now? So those are just some basic sense of the book. As short as the book is, I wasn't able to cover, nor did I try to cover everything in it. But I just want to give you a feel for what the project is about, why it's been an adventure. I think that much of what's motivated me to write is not because I had something to say and I wrote it down. It was more because I knew that it was important and I wanted to learn about it and then share what I learned in the process. That's been how I've approached everything I've written. And it means that I write as someone who is sharing my journey and the findings, as opposed to telling you what I thought when I started the process. So I really appreciate your attention, and I really appreciate your being here, and I really look forward to this afternoon's discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so Hiroshi has kindly left about 10 minutes for us to take questions from the audience or online. So if there are questions, right? Can you just Stephen?
So congratulations again on the book. I feel like it covers a lot of things that have been percolating for decades, and as you noted, you wrote it with an eye towards trying to solve things over the next few decades, because that's just the reality of at least for the space. But you did say that you wrote this, or you went to press before the election. So since you said that, I'm wondering, had the timing worked out differently and you had a chance to finish the book with the events of the last few weeks and months, what, if anything, do you think you would have written differently in the book? Or in terms of content or tone or approach to pushing it?
Yeah, I mean, just a very almost a technical response is that, I knew there was going to be an election. But in many respects, I thought that the issues I was raising were going to matter, not just in this administration that we are now in, but are going to matter for the next generation or two. So it's taking a long view, and I think in that sense I wouldn't have done anything. Well, it's hard to say anything, but I think I would have largely written the book, and as I did, and I think I let it go to press with that background thinking in mind. That said, here's what I've noticed about the book, and that is that part of the process is when you follow Stephen King's advice and make this thing shorter and shorter, is that ideas go by in 2 pages. There's 2 pages about TPS, temporary protected status. There's 2 pages about, maybe not even 2 pages about birthright citizenship. I think that I'm not sure I would have necessarily expanded them, but part of the problem, or maybe it's good, that when you read the book, if you read the book, things go by so fast. And I think I really would have had a flag saying, this is where I'm talking about birthright citizenship. This is where I'm talking about sanctuary. This is where I'm talking about due process. And so, so I actually had conversations with people who read the book, and I tell them that, and I said, oh, you talk about due process? That might have been, I must have missed that. So I think I would have done that, and so now I'm trying to write a series of shorter pieces that deal with that. But I also think it's a more general sense of how we write. I mean, everything we write, we've certainly noticed this in our podcast. We record a podcast series, and we had the most recent, we always had to update it. At a certain point, you got to rest on the ideas. Thanks for the question.
Thank you for being here. I'm wondering if you have any critiques of or opportunities for media covering immigration, especially while we try to do this and not add to the polarization of the country.
Do you mean what I would tell the media?
Yeah, critiques of media coverage in this moment on immigration.
Yeah. I'll share my gut reaction or my immediate answer, and then realize, but I also want to explain why I don't think it's been very persuasive. I'm not sure I'm a very good interview for media, and I think it's because the first thing I say, is something like, it's more complicated than that. And that's necessarily what people want to hear, but I think we've seen more just in the last few months. Take a topic like birthright citizenship, or take a topic like humanitarian protection. I think there's more of a willingness on part of media to dig in. Sanctuary is another one. So I want people to connect things to each other to see how birthright citizenship is related to due process. That's my advice. is not to go whole long form on this, but I think that some of the best conversations I had with media is to try to connect up things that may not be obvious. But I think it's really hard because I think there's a limited appetite that people have for reading long things. Our dean's office sent out a email to the whole faculty recently that said, make sure your emails to students are not very long. So I've also had a colleague of mine at UCLA say, people don't read books anymore. But obviously people do read books and people read long emails. I don't know. I mean, it's both an opportunity but a point of some frustration for me, but I also understand where journalists are coming from because they're doing a really hard job, writing the first draft of history, as they say.
Hey, so thanks so much for your comments, Hiroshi, and especially for the book. So I was curious about your distinction between civil rights and human rights.
Yeah.
And I'd love to get your thoughts on the dilemma as I think about this distinction. So the reason why I typically shy away from discussing immigration as a matter of human rights in the U.S. context is both doctrinal and normative. On the doctrinal end, federal courts are pretty reluctant to enforce anything that isn't codified in the INA or other domestic sources of law. On the normative side, the thing that I always come back to is Hannah Arendt's description in The Origins of Totalitarianism about what happens when you lose citizenship and are only left with your humanity. Right? And what happens then is that the state that remains, that may be the state that just stripped you of citizenship, can do with you whatever it likes. And we've seen examples, right, of what that can look like in the 20th century. So that's the dilemma, and as a result, for me, I always pivot toward civil rights, right, as opposed to human rights. So I'm curious about what you think.
One thing I should share is that I ended up resisting the use of the term civil rights and human rights in the book. And the reason is because human rights, that term to me, calls to mind a lot of things institutionally, even academic debates that I really didn't think go to the point, which is that a claim based on your humanity versus a claim based on your belonging. And the reason I didn't use the word civil rights is because I think everywhere in the world there are people can make claims and challenge government policy and argue back and forth based on their attachment to that society and not necessarily the civil rights. Civil rights is very American, or it's not just in the United States, but it's a term to which a lot of international audiences react. Oh, that's such an American concept. So I wanted to get away from that. I think you're absolutely right about human rights arguments tending to have less traction, at least articulated in human rights terms, in courts. There's a certain resistance, a lot of resistance, I think, as you say, to the use of the term human rights or invocation of human rights. But I do think a lot of litigators, including the United States, are in the business of taking a human rights concept and putting it into domestic law terms, right? So that's what's going on. So that's the reason I'm arguing for more intentionality about this. I think a lot of immigrants' rights advocates talk about human rights and how human rights are so important. That's the reason we shouldn't do X, Y, or Z. And as I suggested earlier, some of that underplays the if you argue in human rights terms, you tend to underplay the rights that are based on having lived in the country. And so I'm arguing more for intentionality. I also want to acknowledge, I should have said this earlier, that a lot of things can be both, right? But I think that I think it's useful to say that separating children from their parents it gives rise to, for me, a persuasive humanity claim, and especially in the case of someone who is, in some sense, part of the communities in the country, that it's a belonging claim as well. So this, in many respects, and this goes actually back to my origins, I think, as a civil procedure teacher. I think each of the books that I've written, or maybe all of my writing, has been about has really been not, you should think this, you should think that. It's really been about, let's think about this more fairly or more accurately. And so I just want people to distinguish these two types of claims. And I've actually been surprised at the extent to which the distinction between belonging claims or civil rights on the one hand and humanity claims and human rights on the other hand, I've really been surprised at the extent to which people think this needs to be said. You know, I mean, maybe my whole career is driven by things that are obvious that people didn't think of before. But in some sense, maybe this fits in this category. I mean, I feel that I thought when I wrote this book that this was one of the least original contributions of the book. But on the other hand, I think it's gotten more comment than I would have expected.
So first of all, I love the approach of this book to kind of looking to the future beyond our current moment. And one of the things certainly a lot of my students have been really interested in is climate-based, climate-influenced migration. So I wondered where that fit in your humanity versus belonging, and in sort of even the concepts of what forced migration actually is.
Yeah. So that's in 3 lines on page 89 that they go by really quickly. It's there. It's definitely there. And so what are the implications of this? Well, one is to that's one way of understanding the changing context for migration, right? I mean, with information, with transportation, or the willingness of people to endure long journeys and dangerous journeys, it's much less possible for countries to act unilaterally. And that suggests that, and that I think is very much a consequence of climate change in many respects. But climate change is also a political issue too, a question of political dysfunction, because it's the people being forced to move. But I've not really heard of people talk about the Netherlands as a climate change problem, even though it took tremendous political will and resources to basically have a country that's at sea level or below sea level. So I think it's very much part of the immigration pattern. I think it definitely calls to mind, it connects up with the chapter on addressing root causes. But a lot of what I think is important is to think about this not unilaterally in terms of one country's view. But one of the things we're working on at our Center for Immigration Law and Policy is we have a collaboration to really rethink the Mexico-U.S. relationship with this in mind, and really hemispherically. So in that sense, it's there. So climate change is an example of about 3 or 4 things in the book. And I hope I put the words climate change in those 3 or 4 places. But it's definitely part of the way we think about this, because it looks to the future of what we're beginning to see more, and we'll continue to see, I think.
So I lied. I said Juliet was the last, but Vivek, you get the last question.
Thank you so much for this really interesting talk. I had a question for you that I think is really in the theme of your book. And I don't know, maybe many people in the room have read the New York Times Magazine article about Denmark, and how the Danish left decided that migration, open border, robustly pro-migration policy hurt their traditional working class constituents, and therefore have gone to a much more restrictive migration policy. I'm wondering if you could talk about that sort of tension between what we thought was the progressive bundle of values, economic progressivism, and sort of an orientation towards openness to migration, and how maybe in this country we also need to, well, I don't know if we should, but how that might cash out in this current political moment in the United States.
And thanks for the question, because it's also a question that I think that I've gotten much more often in talking about this, the entire question of migration, and talking about parts of the draft of this book in Europe. And Denmark came up very much as an example before. This was well before that article, but it was definitely the turn in Danish politics. I mean, I think there's a lot to that. I think it's foolish to write that off. I think that this is very much in keeping with my chapter. I think it's 7. Lose track of what I keep changing the numbers, but it's consistent with the fact that I don't think that this country has done enough to share to address skeptics, and in particular, to share the prosperity that immigration brings. That is to say, to resist the reality that a lot of times that prosperity goes to a few people, and some communities are left behind. The difficulty with that is, so there's two other things to say. I mean, this is almost going to be a whole other book, but the difficulty with that is that I think that a lot of those structures are going to require a different role for government than we have in this country. In other words, that a lot of the empirical studies of this kind of thing, including, for example, international trade adjustment, require more of an investment. Denmark is an example. I did mention this in the book, that spends so much more money on helping people find jobs after their industries are made obsolete in some sense or move offshore. So so I think that that way of thinking about migration has been in too short a supply. But I'll tell you another thing about this, though. I think that the idea that we need to do more about that, I think is resisted a lot by the immigrants' rights movement on the ground that that could be another cover for silencing people. In other words, it says, well, we shouldn't have more migration because it undermines the welfare state. But in that process, some people are going to be privileged and some people won't be privileged. And so that goes back to the other theme in the book, is that immigration law mediates between different groups of people in the country. And so I want to take that concern seriously, but I don't want to take it seriously in a way that says, if you want different kinds of immigration or different patterns of immigration, that we're going to cut that off. Because I think that actually is to really silence the voices of people in this country who I also want to listen to.
Please join me once again in thanking Professor Hiroshi.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's noon, so we have about 40 minutes. The BWC student fellows will help direct you. We're going to the second floor for lunch, so please join us in the Shade and Commons, and we'll reconvene promptly at 12:45.
Okay, I know people are still coming back from lunch, but I'm going to get us started so we stay on time. So this is our first panel, panel one, which I have entitled Migrating by Choice or Compulsion and Belonging. We have with us three distinguished panelists to think about some of the themes raised in general by Professor Motomura's book, and these are also universal themes in immigration law and policy, so it's easy to follow even if you have not read Professor Motomura's book. So what I'm going to first do is introduce each of the panelists in the order that they'll be speaking, and then I'll turn it over to Aleinikoff to get our conversation started. So to my far right is Aleinikoff, who is a university professor and executive dean at the New School for Social Research. Professor Aleinikoff is a scholar of immigration and refugee law, as well as climate migration, citizenship, race, and constitutional law. Before working at the New School, Professor Aleinikoff served as the general counsel and then executive associate commissioner for programs at the Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS. He also served as director of the Zolberg Institute on Migration and Mobility. From 2010 to 2015, Alex was the Deputy High Commissioner in the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and prior to that, he served as the Dean of Georgetown Law School. His latest book, New Narratives on the Peopling of America, presents a collection of essays which confront the complex topics that reshape our understanding of people in the United States through the lens of migration, racial justice, tribal sovereignty, and more. Next will be appearing by Zoom will be Ayelet Shachar. Ayelet Shachar is the Irving G. and Eleanor D. Tragan Chair in Comparative Law at the University of California, Berkeley. Shachar's research has influenced law and policymakers, inspired key academic debates, and has been recognized by national and international research excellence awards. Professor Shachar is the lead editor of the field-defining Oxford Handbook of Citizenship, which has emerged as a major reference work in the field for those engaged with citizenship from a philosophical, political, and legal perspective. She's held distinguished visiting professorships at Harvard, Stanford, and McGill, and has delivered public lectures on her research in a range of academic policy and popular venues across the globe. And third, we'll have Paulina Arnold. Paulina is assistant professor of law at University of Michigan Law School. She teaches and writes about the coercive state power outside of criminal law, including in civil procedure, civil confinement, and immigration law. Arnold's scholarship focuses on both the justifications for civil confinement and the formal legal doctrines that restrict and permit the government's power to incarcerate, such as habeas and due process. Her work examines the similarities, tensions, and incoherencies across civil and criminal carceral systems to interrogate the state's power to confine in the absence of explicitly punitive goals. I'll turn it over to Alex.
Thanks, Steve. And give me the high sign when I cede my time.
We have a timekeeper right in front.
I have trouble seeing her. I don't really.
That's a blind spot that most academics have.
Yeah, and we've perfected it. You know, we can really avoid timekeepers amazingly well. Okay, so I was at a Rothgerber conference here 30 years ago. Hiroshi, were you here then? 30 years? I was here in 1991. I'm a recidivist at the Rothgerber conference. It's great to be back here. Deep thanks for the incredible organization you've done here and for all the putting everything together and for getting Hiroshi here and having the chance to talk about his book. I'm going to be talking about the second chapter, which he briefly alluded to, which is on forced migration. And the chapter does a really excellent job of describing the current protection system we have for refugees, some of the flaws, some of the ongoing issues, ways to think about expanding coverage under the convention and the like. But I want to have a few comments on the chapter and then talk about some of my more recent work which relates to that. So Hiroshi says that at the border, with forced migrants, we face what he calls humanity claims, which he described in his talk, the difference between humanity claims and belonging claims. And he says that humanity claims reflect the idea that borders must not be used to inflict injuries that no human being should suffer. And at the border, if you're a refugee and you're sent back in violation of the norm of non-refoulement, non-return, you obviously, that your whole claim is that you're going to suffer if you are returned to a place. And so the border becomes a place where the humanity claim is tested. When I think about that, Hiroshi, I'm thinking that I want to kind of add a humanity plus or something between humanity and belonging here in the following way. When we say humanity, we often sort of think about humanitarian claims, that the refugee system is there for humanitarian reasons. We hand out tents and medicines and help people and take care of refugees who have fled because no state will take care of them. Hiroshi's humanity claim goes a little bit further than that. It's really a form of a justice claim. It says a wrong has been done to someone, and we shouldn't permit the border to be part of that wrong. And I want to say, and I'll argue this when I get to my positive case, if I can say it that way, that the justice claim should not only look at the person who's been wronged and the act that wrongs him, but then also try to find a way that the wrongdoer can be held accountable. And that puts us in a different place than the refugee regime does, and I'll explain why in a moment. So it's not the border, really, that inflicts the primary harm here. It's the person who forces someone to flee that inflicts the primary harm. So the focusing on the border, to my mind, kind of misses what's really, I'll argue, but misses what I hope to put forward as kind of a new paradigm for thinking about forced migration. This is what I think should be the central claim here. Secondly, the chapter quite appropriately, focuses primarily on the actions of the United States, as Hiroshi described, and then other northern states. So typically the asylum and refugee flow is seen as a problem for how we're using the border to enforce it again, unfairly enforce it, as Hiroshi points out a number of ways, unfairly enforce it against border seekers and as asylum seekers. And then as Ayelet, I'm pointing to the screen here, we'll talk about, just written the whole book about sort of the externalization of border border controls and the like. But it misses in that, in fact, most refugees don't come to the north. The vast majority are in the global south and go to the country next door. And so the concern that Hiroshi expresses about should we be doing individual claims or group claims, what about people with mixed motives, most of that does not arise for most refugees in the world. Most people flee across the border. They're treated en masse by the state or by UNHCR, by other organizations. They're not put through determination hearings. That's only when they get to the global north. So that would expand the discussion a bit. And then thirdly, Hiroshi appropriately suggests that there needs to be broader recognition of forced migrants beyond the narrow refugee definition. So he points to TPS, the Organization of African Union Convention, the Cartagena Declaration, EU's complementary protection, lots of ways in which we have found the convention inadequate, and we have to go broader. And he says that, I'm quoting him again, national borders enable injustice if they shut out people who urgently need protection. People who may have persuasive humanity claims must have a way to make those claims. So we have to have an honest conversation about possible approaches to protection. Where I think the chapter stops short is no, don't tell me 5 minutes, is having that conversation as to what would the conceptual basis of that conversation be. It's not simply going to be, well, someone's shown up at the border and they need protection. We need a theory of protection, a theory of harm, a conceptual basis for figuring out who we should be helping. And that's what I want to offer in my remaining 15 minutes here. My new paradigm, my paradigm I'm proposing comes thinking about climate-induced migration. I think this was a question I guess Juliet asked at the end. At the end of the hour, and it starts with the recognition, as Hiroshi does, that most forced migrants are not covered by the convention. This is climate folks. It's people who are fleeing internally in their country, economic breakdown. Venezuelans, 6 million Venezuelans who fled. They don't come within the convention definition in any helpful way. So the majority of forced migrants aren't covered by the system that we have. And also, as Hiroshi points out, the system does not really focus on root causes. We take someone who's already crossed an international border, and the right you have is the right not to be sent back, right? And it also doesn't ask for any accountability, as I've said, for the person who forced you over that border. It's a very odd system. The rights that you have a lot of rights as a refugee. You assert them against the state that rescued you, not the state that caused the harm, caused the flight, because it was written in the 50s at a time. It was seen as inappropriate. I don't have time to go through all that. Okay. I would start earlier, and what I would posit is that we really reformulate our entire protection regime, not around the right not to be returned, which is refugee right, but rather around a right not to be displaced. That's the harm we're talking about. Once you do that, that pushes you back, as Hiroshi wants to do, to talking about root causes. Why do people flee? It also immediately expands those covered. It's not just about people who would fear persecution on one of the 5 grounds, as the convention asks, but it would pick up climate migrants, right? People forced to flee. It wouldn't require cross-border movement. Our whole refugee system was built in the 50s when we had much stronger notions of state sovereignty. So as I said, it starts with someone who's already crossed a border. But many, many more people are displaced within their home countries than across the border, and we have no system really, ad hoc system for dealing with those people, no set of rights, no agency really that works with those people. So to me, a coherent norm here would be starting with this idea of a right not to be displaced, rather than trying to squeeze climate and other folks into the convention definition where the persecution doesn't really fit, the 5 grounds don't fit, we don't really have, and certainly internally displaced people don't fit because they haven't left their country. It also opens up, and this comes from the climate justice perspective here, it opens up the question of accountability. If there's a right not to be displaced, and someone's had their rights, if their rights have been violated, there should be a remedy. That's what justice requires. To me, justice, yes, it may require a softer border in some way, but I will push it back. It requires accountability for the person causing the harm, which is forcing someone to flee. So in the climate area, we can talk about the polluters, the people who've caused CO2 levels to go up. Now we can talk about how you how you allocate that, how do you make people pay, and it gets very complicated. But at least we start with the idea that someone who flees from due to climate change has a right that's been violated, and that taking care of them is not an act of charity. We don't help people fleeing floods and storms and because for humanitarian reasons. We do it as a matter of justice because they've been wronged because of the harm that developing states have done, for which they, the people fleeing, have contributed next to nothing, if anything at all. We have a very strong case then. We have a concept and a strong case for arguing for protection for those people, other than just a norm that everyone's entitled to dignity in the world. There are hints of this, in my last minute I'll say, there are hints of this already, this norm in they're the guiding principles for internal displaced people, some of you may know. There's an African Convention on Internally Displaced People, which talk about rights not to be displaced. And even in the climate area, there's now been the development of something called the Loss and Damage Fund. This is after years of lobbying by the states most harmed by climate. They'd come into these international conventions and say, wait a second, yes, you should be reducing CO2 emissions, but we've been hurt. And no one, as a matter of climate justice, you owe us something for the harm that it's been imposed on us. And so the Loss and Damage Fund has slowly now been come into being. It's has inadequate funds. It's not clear it will cover migrants. So a lot of stuff has to be worked out. But it's the beginning of a recognition that those who cause the harm should provide the remedy. And I would say the same thing in our refugee system, that we look at, we don't get rid of the refugee system. It's an important aspect there. It's got a big agency, and they've saved millions of lives. UNHCR worked there for 6 years, and I believe in the institution. But it's inadequate to cover the problems of forced migrants. If we start with the idea of a right not to be displaced, we can pick up lots more people, and we can begin to talk about justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Ayelet, you are up. You're on the big screen.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me properly?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. I'm so delighted to be with you. Apologies that I'm only with you virtually. As Hiroshi knows, and Deep and everyone else who was involved in the organizing, I really wanted to be with you, but I have a major event. My better half today is receiving a university professor designation in Toronto, so obviously I have to be here, but I am very delighted to be in spirit with you, and also virtually to thank technology for allowing us to cross borders. So I just want to open my remarks by saying how much I enjoyed this book, Hiroshi. I saw it in a very early stage when you visited the Max Planck Institute in Germany, which I directed at the time. And it's just beautifully written. It's lucid. It's elegant. I sort of liked your comments that I think you said you had 2 rounds of reducing 10% each time. So in my comments, without knowing that, I wrote Art of Minimalism, and it really reminded me of some beautiful Japanese art. So I don't know if you had that intentionally, but I just thought that was, for me, the kind of elegance of this particular book. And of course, it's generally true for all your writing. So my comments are going to be focused on the introduction in chapter 1. And I want to say what I'm going to take primarily from the intro and chapter 1, which is a very insightful distinction between the claims of humanity and the claims of belonging. So that's going to be the theme that I will address. But I want to begin my comments by actually stepping back and talking about the book's general style of argumentation. And I think it was also present, Hiroshi, in your presentation today. I want to say the book's style of argumentation is asking questions. So I think you said it, that you want to be more intentional. That was the language that was used in the presentation. But the book really is suggested, or at least as I read it, it's really framed as a mediation or an exploration of the question of what might be a realistic utopia for us when we think about migration and questions of membership and belonging. And as I said, I want to characterize it somewhat differently. And I think in a way that's actually very authentic to the way the book is structured, which is really raising questions, especially hard questions, and in many ways unanswerable questions. And I think this is partly what I admire about the book. This is also in some way, as a reader, a bit frustrating because you do actually want to get the answers to these 10 big queries. But why am I talking about this style of argumentation? I believe it is actually really significant because what Hiroshi is trying to do is really provoke us or to ask us to get beyond our comfort zone. Again, I think this was present in the presentation this morning. That is trying to think beyond what might be our intuitive answers, think beyond perhaps the relevant groups of reference that we might think as the immediate groups of value of potential audiences, values. I think the term silos was used. I can also say assumptions, unstated assumptions, biases, etc. So really to be introspective as we think about migration. And as I said, because of this style of argumentation, the book really does not offer us any answers. And I want to suggest that it's not seeking not just answers, but it's really, to me, the kind of element that I like about the book is it's not seeking any kind of truth. And I say this not just in our current era when, of course, we have truth social used very frequently by a president who really likes to claim some truth, even if they're not really true. But also, it's just really general true about our state of exploration in the university, right? A lot of what we try to do is really ask hard questions without necessarily knowing the answers and without even having the pretense that we might actually find some kind of a truth or some kind of an answer which would be acceptable by all parties, even if we're very strict about our method. So I think this is partly what this book invites us to do. And I want to suggest it's the best kind of scholarship that we can do. We want to ask big questions, even if the risk is that we might not have answers. So after giving you this spiel about why I think questions are important and not necessarily answers, I am going to push Hiroshi a little bit in terms of my 4 questions for him. And they all relate, as I said, to the claims of belonging and claims of humanity. So the first one really talks about this basic distinction. And I think it's a persuasive distinction, but I think we want to be, as actually the book, and Hiroshi, even in your presentation there, you said you want to be very precise and clear. So I think I want to push a little bit more on both sides of what the claims of humanities are and what the claims of belonging are. And I think as I read the book, the claims of humanity are not really the standard way of thinking about the claims of humanity. And I think you distinguish yourself from human rights scholarship by saying claims of humanity are not necessarily about humanity writ large or any claims that people might have, which I think you're doing this because that might very quickly lead you to a cosmopolitan or open border position, which I think you want to resist in this book. Instead, it's more carefully delineated. And I think the discussion in the book about the claims of humanity is really about the claims of persons who are already within a given territory. So it's actually more the traditional interpretation of the kind of claims that persons have, say in the United States, 14th Amendment, due process, etc., vis-a-vis the specific rights and protections that citizens would have. And I think that actually matters because that limits the kinds of claims of humanities again, versus the kind of open border cosmopolitan perspective, but it also gives you much more bite because these claims are probably much more realistic, again, in the realistic utopia sense of speaking, than talking just more generally about the claims of humanity. So this also, in a way, shifts the second set of questions that we might ask. If we're talking about the rights of persons who are in the territory, but are not included as full members, either they don't have, they're lacking full membership status, LPR, or they might be TPS or whatever they have, or they might be undocumented without any status at all. And then the question becomes when, how, why, on what basis might a given state have to be owe these individuals respect to their claims? What claims can they make vis-a-vis that political community? And does all of this depend on the degree of attachment that they might have to the community, or just physically being within the country or at the border or within the vicinity of that border, territorial waters, if we're talking about the European Union and other countries. So that really, as I said, it's a much more delineated and narrow conception of the claims of humanity compared to the standard interpretation of claims of human rights, which any person might have vis-a-vis potentially any kind of state, not just a particular state to which you have some attachment. I want to move to the claims of belonging, because again, I think the book is pretty clear about it. The claims of belonging primarily are claims of national belonging. And again, it's very significant because we can think about different levels or layers or scales of membership or belonging that might not be particularly attached to the national system. And in this sense, I want to suggest that the realistic utopia that might emerge from this book, even if we had more answers, most likely actually would be very much in line with the general post-World War II conception that we have. That is the kind of interpretation of saying there are some rights, human rights, that attach to every person under any circumstances, cannot be breached. And we have a given state to which a person attaches, and that state has a much, much higher level of commitments and grants the individual more rights and protections. The individual also has many more claims vis-a-vis that particular state. So it's really not disrupting the basic vision of the world that we have. I think it's just asking more of every particular community to be truer to its obligations and commitments to its own citizens, as well as other persons within that given territory. That moves me to the second question, which is, could we think in terms of this book about other claims of belonging? And I think the answer would be yes, if we think about the book framing national borders and national membership and national belonging as the claims of belonging as the primary set of places where individuals might raise claims. But there's nothing that blocks us from saying that not instead of the nation, but in addition to the nation, there might be other layers or levels of belonging, which might be very relevant. And again, I know, Alex, you're on the panel, and you've done tons of work on this on the local level. So of course, we can think about sanctuary cities, about other layers or levels of membership. We can also think about so this would be below the state level or the national level, of course, above the national level as well, not just supranational as in EU citizenship, but also transnational as individuals who might still have very strong ties to their country of origin, in addition to the country of destination. And again, remittances capture a bit of this, but they're not the full story, especially if your claims of belonging, which again, if I recall in the book, there really are about claims of and I'm just quoting because I think this actually appears in chapter 10. So it's borders are definition of belonging, and with belonging can come identity, culture, agency, and pride. So if this is our definition of belonging, I think certainly we can think about multiple layers. And again, for people who have more than one national community to which they belong, how would that rescaling impact our thinking about both the claims of humanity and the claims of belonging? I think it actually provides us more spaces and more ideas and more opportunities for thinking about membership in a productive way. But again, I'm curious. I don't know if this is actually the direction, Hiroshi, if you would agree with me that this opens the door, or nothing in this argument about the interrelationship between claims of belonging or claims of humanity would lead you to think that claims of belonging are exclusive to the national level. This brings me to the third question, which is about the duties of humanity. And again, as I said, they seem to be in the book very closely related to territorial presence within a given territory or country or jurisdiction, which activates a certain heightened degree of responsibility towards those persons who are within that territory, again, even if they are not in any way entitled, according to this particular political community's view, to membership or even any kind of recognition. And here I actually want to move a little bit from the within the territory to the question of borders. And here, the question, and again, this would not surprise those of you who are familiar with my work, what happens if the border itself, or if the line of encounter between the non-citizen and the citizen occurs not necessarily at the territorial borders, despite the fact that we have such restricted commitments, there are still some commitments that apply. What happens if states, as they often do, actually would regulate a person from afar or without any particular direct connection to where the territory begins or ends? What I've called in my own work, the shifting border. So if the border is no longer attached to a particular territorial jurisdiction, what happens to these duties of especially humanity? Because I'm assuming some claims of belonging might attach to a person irrespective of whether they are on the territory of their own home country. Do these duties of humanity actually attach to individuals when they are on the move? And if so, what kind of protections would a person have? How would we explore their scale? Is the source of the claim here really the same source of claim in the sense of a claim of humanity by virtue of presence in a community, or is this a more general, you might have two humanities in your story. That is, it's the humanity of those who are already on the territory and the more general standard human rights humanity. So again, with a question mark. And in that case, would the encounter with a state's power be what activates the right of the individual vis-a-vis that particular state, the seeking some kinds of protection? So really, this is not about the claims of humanity, it's the duties of humanity, and who is entitled to benefit from these duties and protections, and how do we establish that kind of a link between an individual and a particular entity that might have that obligation? Again, this is a very classic kind of question about the relationship between humanity and national belonging in the very traditional way of thinking. I think someone raised during the Q&A earlier on Hannah Arendt, we don't necessarily need to even be Arendtian to ask this question, but it is a pressing question of what if someone is just a member of humanity, who actually owes those duties of protection to that particular individual? And here, I really would want to ask the final question. That is, if really there are two stories about two kinds of claims of humanity in the book, is the book restricted to that first element of an individual who already has some particular contact with a particular community in which they are not insiders by way virtue of law, but do have some kind of a connection, either territorial presence or a deeper connection? And if it's that, so that's level one. But if we're talking about level two, does the book really create any new commitments, any obligations, not just to shifting border circumstances, but really to people on the move? And I want to connect that actually to the last point that Alex mentioned in his comments, because for me, these duties of humanity really are connected to some duties of justice, and they would apply to some extent across the board. They might be pretty thin, but they would apply more generally. And I do think that these are precisely the questions that we will actually have to ask if we're thinking about climate justice, if we're thinking about mobility, individuals who have who might not have a country to return to. So these questions will become pressing. Who will be obliged to provide some response to this kind of climate-caused displacement? Would it really be richer countries? Would it be countries that have had a history of connection to that particular country? Do they have greater obligations? Again, we're familiar with narratives of reparation. Is it going to be a story about the kind of historical links? Is it really going to be one of the principles of accountability and responsibility, which again were mentioned by Alex? But I think if these are the duties of humanity at that second, more general level, then perhaps, Hiroshi, you have another book to write, because I think this is really what we are left with in terms of a big question mark at the end of this book, which I think still is bounded by the traditional interpretation of a particular country owing a higher set of obligations towards its own citizens and non-citizens within its jurisdiction. I would want to uphold that, but I think we still might need another layer of discussion if we're thinking about a realistic utopia, which would allow us to think about the globe and about mobility in this much broader sense. So I'll close there. Very curious to hear your thoughts, and thanks again for having me only virtually, but really it's a beautiful book. So for those of you who did not read Borders and Belonging, definitely do so. It deals with some of the most foundational questions. And again, precisely because it deals with these foundational questions, if a critic writes a review and says, oh, the book has not answered them, I would, Hiroshi, in your position, just say, sorry, you didn't even understand the spirit of this book. It's really about raising profound questions and laying them out very, very clearly, and asking your audience and others to, perhaps, as we always say, stand on the shoulders of giants, do the hard job and run with these questions and try to provide further answers. I don't think any singular book could ever aspire to do more than really raise some foundational questions, and you have done that beautifully. So thank you so much.
Hey, Paulina.
Well, thank you so much, Deep and Hiroshi, for having me here. I am honored to be on a panel with such giants in the field and thinking about these questions. The question that I really want to tackle is this who can say that they belong question, which is sort of the beginning of the book, but really underlies a lot of other themes in the book that go through it. Hiroshi, I think, has taken on this incredibly brave and important task in thinking about what a fair and just immigration policy should look like. Lots of us in the immigration world, including me, spend most of our time talking about problems with the immigration system and not thinking a lot about what a utopian system could look like. We're so busy bringing attention to the injustices that currently exist that we miss the chance to sort of envision, have a bolder vision. And I really commend Hiroshi for trying to do that, especially in a turbulent time. And the foundation of this book is this kind of idea that if we take national borders seriously, then who can say that they should belong within those borders? What kinds of rules can we draw? And in thinking about the question about who can say that they belong, that's sort of the foundational question of immigration and nationality law. Hiroshi sets up a system of belonging, like Ayelet was talking about, that sets up one idea of how long someone has been here, their sort of belonging claims, and then how seriously we take the argument that they belong with its interaction with their humanity claims, that you can bring insiders in, claims from their claims from injustice, their humanitarian claims, that some might have claims to insiders already within the country, such as family-based ties, and that some might have claims from having been embedded in the community for a long time. Of course, the flip side to the who can say that they could belong claim is the who doesn't belong idea. You can't say who belongs without saying who doesn't belong. And the book also takes that seriously. It talks about the history of racist exclusion from the start of immigration law until the mid-century. It talks about eugenics-based immigration policy. It talks about criminal immigration laws targeted against Mexican immigrants. And it also talks about when belonging and humanity claims were on the rise in the post-World War period, World War II period, when we saw more humanitarian grounds for admission, and when the court looked at lawful permanent residents as a discrete and insular minority deserving of protection. And my scholarship looks at belonging and not belonging claims writ large, but in a different area. I look at incarceration and confinement. In other words, when the government can lock somebody up sort of outside the criminal system. Criminal system sort of punishment is one line when we allow the government to lock people up. My scholarship looks at every other line when we lock people up, including immigration detention as a large one. And so in that belonging, not belonging axis, you can kind of think of that as when a government, as a stand-in for a local community, can disappear someone out of that community and into an institution. Immigration law is a kind of meta-category for all of that. When can a national community, when can a government exclude or somebody from a national community or remove them out of the national community? So this who belongs or who doesn't belong question has been a very fraught one in my scholarship, particularly the who doesn't belong. And I've begun to worry about the hazards of asking the question. So, in the spirit, as I offered up as the book does, of asking these difficult questions without great solutions, I definitely have a lot more problems with asking the question than I have solutions to asking the question. Answering the question, really, there's this sort of paradox that this is both the foundation of immigration law and I think causes trouble, just by asking this question of who belongs and doesn't belong. Questioning who should be an insider and who should be an outsider, who belongs and doesn't belong, forces us to have this bigger conversation about who Americans should be. That conversation, I want to suggest, is often harmful. Of course, when, as a national community, we're feeling altruistic and confident, like in the post-World War II civil rights era, the who belongs conversation can lead to sort of inclusive and altruistic belonging claims, which we still have. But in times of division and fear, like we find ourselves in now, and we have often found ourselves in over history, the who belongs question can lead to sort of racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, homophobic responses. And because immigration entry restrictions lack the constitutional limitations that constrain domestic discrimination, as Hiroshi flags in the book, immigration law has always been a place where kind of unsanitized ideas about national identity are visible, even when those ideas would be less tolerable at home. And so, we can think of many examples of this through immigration law, when the court is upholding Chinese exclusion at the same time as it's outlawing discrimination against Chinese laundries. You can see the original public charge rules in the 19th century at the same time that localities are sort of obliged to provide for their local impoverished residents. And even now, we can see Trump v. Hawaii upholding a version of religious discrimination that would probably be intolerable domestically. So So we see this distinction between the border that Hiroshi flags in his book, territorial and non-territorial discrimination, but during periods of hostility, asking this not belonging question, the territorial division starts to move inward. Of course, Ayelet has talked a lot about this in her work, sort of where the border lives. Both the physical border can move inward during other periods of sort of hostility to immigrants. We've seen the entry fiction doctrine, the idea that the government gets to decide when somebody's come in. Recently, we've seen a sort of resurgence of that idea. But also, what is acceptable discrimination moves inward to categories of people that were sort of previously protected. And so, to the extent that immigration law is a sort of canary in the coal mine for those ideas, these categories of exclusion that we see in immigration laws also get mirrored in categories of exclusion domestically. So you see the public charge rules at the same time that we have workhouses and poorhouses that citizens and non-citizens are confined in. We see physical and mental disorder rules, right? These are not belonging rules that are on the books in the immigration laws, with mass psychiatric institutionalization. We see the exclusion of people based on being feeble-minded during the era of Buck v. Bell and mass sterilization of U.S. citizens. At the same time that Hiroshi is talking about in the book of the passing of the criminal immigration, illegal re-entry laws targeting Mexican immigrants. That's a period of the confinement and sterilization of Hispanic children in boarding schools. I mean, I could go on and on about these sort of parallels internally and externally. I'm sure many people are familiar with them. So because it has this longer constitutional leash, immigration law is on the front lines of not belonging ideas all the time, be they racist, sort of sexist, ableist, classist, and those not belonging ideas continue into domestic exclusion and confinement laws that include citizens. And so what does this mean for our conversation about belonging claims? That when we argue for immigration laws based on some kind of insider status, it's fraught with this kind of hazard. When we are celebrating our nation's diversity, we welcome immigrants as members of the national community, and during periods hostile to any kind of outsider, people are hostile to immigrants first, in a way that sort of trickles into our national community. And the book, I think, takes this problem seriously and suggests that perhaps there are belonging claims that are stickier than others, that people will be able to get behind during sort of all of these different periods, lending legitimacy to the immigration project as a whole. For instance, maybe family-based immigration, local-based immigration, locality, community-based immigration are things that people can get behind most easily. But national conversations that buy into the grounds for an immigration status don't necessarily integrate people into the insider community. This idea that these belonging claims will necessarily sort of bring everybody together into a national belonging doesn't shake out that way necessarily in practice. People who fit into one category of belonging can fall into other categories of non-belonging. For instance, because you are a family member of a citizen, it doesn't mean that you might not fit with some other racial, economic, or sexual orientation-based category of not belonging. All of those things that have existed at various points in our immigration law. And giving people the tools to think about immigration as a form of belonging may cause them to disagree with that person's grounds for belonging, if it doesn't fit with some other racial, economic, or category of belonging that that person believes in. And assimilated immigrants sometimes may view the belonging claims of later categories of immigrants based on different belonging claims with hostility. It's this sort of deserving and undeserving binary that we can set up in immigration law. So these are some of the hazards of the belonging conversation and the flip side of belonging, the not belonging side. I don't have a good solution to it. I warned you I focused on the sort of problems here much more than the solutions, and I commend Hiroshi for trying to ask these questions in a spirit of solutions. My scholarship mostly runs out at just recognizing the connections between all of these not belonging claims in immigration and domestically. But in thinking about this and appreciating the contributions of Hiroshi's book, I thought of a couple ways that perhaps we could move forward from framing the entire conversation in terms of belonging. Perhaps I'm just making a claim for fewer not belonging grounds, right? Perhaps you just want fewer grounds of not belonging. And so then we're just looking more at the question of who does belong in a positive way. Unfortunately, I really think the question of who belongs really necessarily entails the who doesn't belong question. We're sort of inviting the not belonging questions by focusing on the who does belong. The other thing I've been thinking about is maybe taking more seriously almost a degree of randomness in the immigration laws. Hiroshi in the book talks about things like amnesties and statutes of limitations as band-aid solutions before we fix the system. And I think that's true if you think of the system of being able to create a fully fair and just system of belonging claims that everybody buys into. But perhaps having rolling amnesties or statutes of limitations allows a conversation about immigration that doesn't solely depend on belonging claims. And perhaps it's an argument for a greater degree of randomness in areas of immigration like the visa lotteries. That's a system that exists now. There is a lottery-based system for some people to come into the country, and perhaps that's another way to get away from the belonging and not belonging questions. Taking the belonging claim seriously, however, I think the best argument is to focus on, to some degree, on hyperlocal belonging. Because I think the stickiest category for belonging is probably who somebody's neighbor is. I think it's familiar, I think it's stable, and it doesn't require people to ask questions about how that person got there, and what the basis for their sort of belonging and immigration claim is. So perhaps that hyperlocal category of belonging is a way of getting out from these bigger picture national questions that I think can have hazardous results.
Thank you. Okay, so I actually want to begin. I want to begin by actually asking if the panelists want to respond to what the other panelists have said. So if Alex, you want to respond to anything that Ayelet or Paulina said.
No, it was just a very quick comment I was making to Paulina about the very last point she made was the hyper-local belonging. It's like universities not asking the status of their students. We just don't know in our university what status they have, and everyone's treated the same. Of course, to say that, we still have admissions policies, right, that decide who can come in. So you somehow never quite get away from the belonging side here.
So I was thinking about this hypothetical when I was thinking about whether or not to advocate for more randomness. And I think about it as, imagine, because in the book, you have a university that just has completely random admissions, right? That university has to think much more critically about how to form a national community among the diversity of folks who are already there than a university that has very robust admission standards. Now, obviously, there are lots of problems to do with that, but not asking immigration status and assuming everybody is there kind of for a legitimate reason is another way of thinking about it.
Do you want to comment on anything else? Or Ayelet, I think you're still on, if you wanted to comment. Okay, Did you?
Yeah, I'm here. I actually think that we all have this sense of trying to push the categories of belonging and humanities. And humanity. I think that really was actually a theme that connected all three comments, if in my hearing and interpretation thereof. So that's nice, because that was pretty much our assignment, was that part of the book. So I think that would make a lot of sense. So I do think that the different scales, the different range of responsibilities, and the hard questions that emerge with these questions of either belonging and or humanity.
Thanks. So maybe, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't think that was. I don't think I was talking about belonging at all. In fact, I was talking about the opposite of belonging. I was talking about justice. I was talking about what rights should people have, what claims should they be able to make against others who've done them harm, which would exist outside of any system of belonging except the kind of global justice system there. But And I think
yeah, but wouldn't that be under the kind of humanity? I mean, not humanity again in the narrow sense, but in the sense of people having some obligation towards other people. And if you really want to be expansive, you might want to say, why only humans, right? That this is the kind of debate that's now going on.
Sure, I'd bring animals in. Definitely harmed by climate change. Yeah.
So so we're going to open up for audience questions in just a minute. I just want to ask you, Alex, your move to ask for accountability for those that caused the migration. So what should we do when it's not, because part of why we think about persecution is that you can identify the persecutor, right? Or possibly. And then with climate change and as you get to more nebulous factors, like how do we think about the responsibility there?
Yeah, so actually with persecution, we don't think about accountability. We don't go after the persecutor, we go after the state that returns you to persecution. This is what I was saying is the focus on borders in the refugee area. To my mind, I would shift it back to where the harm occurs. It's not the border that's causing the harm because you're being returned. It's the person who forced you from your home. In the climate area, it's one area where this is happening. There are hundreds of lawsuits now being filed, not just on migration issues, but generally about trying to domestically keep keep states to their Paris responsibilities, their claims under international conventions. Greta Thunberg's case under the Convention Against the Rights of the Child, which was dismissed on failure to exhaust local remedies, but nonetheless stated a claim about the rights of future generations. Human rights claims now, non-return claims based on human rights, not on the Refugee Convention. Don't send me back to a place because of climate change there I can't live a decent life. So actually the law offers a number of opportunities for accountability claims against the people causing the harm. In a way, the Refugee Convention, we just have never talked about it in the refugee world. It's very odd. Yeah.
Ayelet, I wanted to ask you, you raised a lot of questions to Hiroshi, but I actually want to push you to answer perhaps, or to give your perspective on some of them. And one of them was, you were asking Hiroshi about whether he thought that the membership in the national community needs to be privileged, or whether his claim can be broader than that and that it's not exclusive. But the passage that you quoted does suggest, and I think Hiroshi does suggest at some level, that there is something to national membership and national belonging that is perhaps special. I don't want to speak for Hiroshi, but that's one way of reading it. And I'm curious, would you want to push back on it? Would you want to resist that there is something special to that type of belonging?
I'm so glad you raised this question, because initially I had 6 questions. Then I told myself, no chance I can do that in 10 minutes, even though I'm a speed speaker. So yes, I think one of my questions was actually, what is so valuable about national belonging? And I think the book gives us a few clues. And I do think it's about culture, it's about familiarity, but I think that's a bit too narrow. So in some way, and this is why I quoted this particular sentence, because I think the book assumes a lot, or we are... there are different, so this is just my question in a way to Hiroshi, but to answer your question, Deep, which is a great one, I do actually want to suggest that in a world that begins with nation states, such as the world in which we reside, I think national membership does provide some greater protection to individuals, which if we had not had citizenship or national belonging, I'm very, very worried that their position would have been much worse off. So, but that's sort of a pragmatic answer. But I would see that in any kind of a future that we're trying to explore, especially if we're going to that level of a realistic utopia, I definitely would not hold it necessarily as the only level of membership. I definitely would want to suggest that in some cases it really might be, and I think Paulina, you also spoke about the local level. That's definitely a lot of discussions now about citizenship. So, the city being the locus of membership. Again, I think that there's some hope to that. I do think that, especially in a world with greater dual nationality, which is not necessarily the kind of I wasn't sure where that actually even fits in the story, but if you have membership to more than one community, as more and more people do actually have membership to more than one community, because states are just recognizing more dual nationality. Of course, with the big question mark of what happens with China and India, just given the number of they're just very large entities, but roughly 75% of the countries in the world now recognize dual nationality. How does that change the picture? Should people have many, many more rights to mobility? What happens to people who have stateless? So I actually want to open up. I really want to, if we're thinking a future kind of world, I would want us to have more opportunities for mobility, but also more sources of protection. I think that sometimes just tying a person to a particular state, in some ways is a different version of the birthright lottery. It's not just the fact that you might be born to a country which offers you less, but often that kind of lack of equality in comparison to someone who was born in another country remains with you. So I think that would require us to really rethink how can we ensure, on the one hand, these ties of belonging that are very significant for individuals, especially if they offer some equality within that space. Again, we know it's never full equality, but at least that promise, that claim, versus how to address the inequality among countries and or among any other kind of, we could think about regional entities, whatever entities we're thinking about. I think these are the big, big questions. And again, I don't pretend that I have the answers, but I do think that this is what we need to push forward. At least if we want to think about the more theoretical aspect. I think also just on the ground, there's so many injustices currently occurring that in some way, I'm just glad that we have this day to reflect on these bigger questions, just given that otherwise it's close to impossible to see that big picture, given just how pressing the issues are today.
Deep, can I just respond to that? Yeah. Just, I think we could, I don't think there's any necessary tie between belonging and rights. And I think you could break that tie by saying anyone within a particular place, residing in a particular area, has a set of rights, whether it's provided by law or by human rights or whatever. But there may be senses of belonging, and I think Ayelet talked about this, that can be, I think about this, so a nation can have a sense of belonging like a religion has a sense of belonging. And I'm thinking, by the way, Ayelet, that your 4 questions are appropriate for the season here. Maybe it's why you stopped at 4. But that the sense of belonging can be about believing in a history and a tradition and a set of connections and caring about future generations that may be wholly divorced from a sense of what rights people have in the place that they're living. And so I'm wondering about why we are so closely linking belonging with rights when so many of us have senses of belonging that do not in any way define our sets of rights.
Right. Paulina, I was really struck by the movements that you were talking about, sometimes where the internal reflected the border policy or the immigration policy, sometimes where they separated from each other. So sometimes mirror, but sometimes the exact opposite. And I'm also curious about this. You said that when you ask who belongs, you have to ask who doesn't belong. And I'm just wondering if, because it strikes me that one could say that who belongs is defined entirely only by, or that the ability to say who doesn't belong is what makes us belong, right? And I'm curious, what should we do about that? Does the answer to who would belong, does it have to be more than we can define who doesn't belong, and therefore we belong? And does that problem get exacerbated at the hyper-local level that you were talking about, or is it better? Right? Yeah.
So I think the way that I see Hiroshi's book is informed by the fact that in my scholarship, I live on the enforcement side, right? And in the enforcement side, what are you looking at? You're looking at people who fail belonging claims of some kind, right? People who have been alleged by the government to not belong in some way. And so you're always thinking about the belonging claims as the flip side of who fails the belonging claims. And so I think you definitely can just see it as sort of the negative space of not belonging. I mean, that's just because I write about incarceration. That's how I'm often thinking about it. But that doesn't mean, of course, that there isn't positive space, and particularly in immigration law, you have positive laws about affirmative laws for who can belong. And I think that's really a lot of where Hiroshi's book is sitting. And it was challenging me to think about, well, if you take this seriously, if you take borders seriously and you think there should be rules, what are the rules that you should draw? Because it's very easy for me sitting on the enforcement side to say, well, look at all of these bad rules, look at all this bad enforcement, look at all of this not belonging. But I really think it's hard to think about the belonging claims because you have to think about the enforcement side. Of course, the second half of Hiroshi's book talks about enforcement and how they can be fairly enforced. I think where I land in the belonging claims other than, advocating maybe for an idea of randomness, which is the only way I can conceive of you getting out from the belonging, not belonging axis is to go kind of hyperlocal. Now, obviously, hyperlocal can have its own challenges. People can have much greater animuses to belonging claims from people in their own community. But I do think over and over again, when you see national conversations about belonging in a hostile context, hostile not belonging claims, often the people protected from those conversations are the people in individuals' local communities. It's the queer people that live down the street, right? Like the immigrant who runs the local grocery store, right? People often exempt folks in their local community from these broader national conversations about who should belong and who shouldn't belong. And they're like, oh, well, this person should belong because I know them and they're in my community. So I think that hyper-local belonging is perhaps less fraught than the national belonging when you abstract it all out to a completely sort of abstracted American versus not American level. I think that's where many of the hazards are, not all of them, more hazards.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to open it up for questions out here. The mics are coming around from the students. Also, just a note to people who are online, if you do have questions, please use the question and answer function on the webinar, send them in, and we'll take a look as they come in. We have a hand right up front, Rhea. There's a Professor Motomura would like to.
Yeah, so I don't want to take up time from groups, but I felt like there are a lot of questions, and I don't want to basically take them as rhetorical. That would not be. I'm so grateful for the questions. I just have a couple thoughts. One is that I hear two themes in all what you said, and I'm sure there are more, but here's what I'm hearing. I mean, some of this really makes me go back and think about the whole notion of realistic utopia, because Alex, you're quite right that I think there's a complete space to think really more about sort of the sources of forced migration and to think really about remedies against the wrongdoer. And I think that the reason I focused on it the way I did, which is the reason is because I'm being realistic about this is where the debate is in this country. And if I were, I suppose, to write another book, it would be more global in perspective. And that's very close to what Ayelet was saying, because in this sense, that humanity claims, you're right, Ayelet, these are not humanity claims in the abstract sense. They're humanity claims that are triggered, I would say, not by presence on the territory, or within the country, but they're definitely triggered by contact with the territory, right? And so if you take your two comments together, it's really pushing me to think about this less bound by the framing that comes from living in a destination country and thinking about it more globally. That's the way I think about that. Now, the belonging thing arises in actually all comments, and I think that one of the big problems with my focus on national belonging is that I say national belonging could be better, it could be better, it could be better, and then I was pushed to think. Someone wanted me to have a subtitle about how it could be less bad, and so on. And so the question is, why do I do that? Well, some of it is the realistic part about accepting nation states, and some of it is really understanding the vocabulary of justice more fully developed, even if in practice it falls short of equality. I mean, that's what constitutional law does, I suppose. But hyper-localism or localism is an interesting thing because I really believe in that very much. But I believe in it because I think if we have more local community building, and if that's the side of belonging, it actually changes the national conversation because we tend to move away from immigration law as the border regulation and tend to move more toward thinking about national belonging as community building within the country. And so I think localism is important, not because it is the primary side of belonging, or it should be, in this realistic world, but because it makes us think more capaciously and more justly about what national belonging should be, to focus on our neighbors instead of some distant statistics on the border. But thanks.
Yeah. Ayelet, you have your hand up. Were you going to jump in?
Oh, yes, I did have my hand up, but yeah, so maybe when people are percolating and sort of thinking about their question, just thank you, Hiroshi. I think that's really, really helpful, and I think makes a lot of sense in response to our questions to you. But I want to pick up actually on another set of questions, which to some extent, the book talks about national belonging, but we really, in some way, the unit of analysis is the nation state. And to some extent, Alex, your question about belonging and rights raises this question. Could we just have rights without belonging? In some way, I would want to say then we have to talk about states and not necessarily anything like a nation state or any membership state, right? It would just be a state as an entity that can grant us rights. But I think there a lot of the discussion about statehood or the motivation for individuals to have any kind of address any kind of claims of justice domestically or globally would always ask them what is referred to as the motivational question, right? Why would you commit to addressing any kind of wrong vis-a-vis others unless you feel there is some kind of a connection among you? So I think that actually sort of throws us to a real deep question, which I like your idea about accountability, because accountability says, and accountability is a wrongdoing kind of account, right? You did something wrong and therefore it's almost a corrective justice kind of argument. And we're just getting into some real deep issues if we throw out any kind of sense of a membership that usually is seen as a motivation for people to have some kind of greater responsibility toward each other. I want to connect this to Hiroshi's book, because I think one of the real nice aspects of the book, which probably is going to be discussed in some later on panels today, is the notion of saying what might be the concerns that people raise about immigration. Again, putting aside, you said some might be really racist and xenophobic, et cetera, but trying to say, are there other claims? And I think you raised the economic claims that were also raised in the Q&A. If it is true that to some extent insiders might be harmed by greater mobility, how do we factor that into the discussion? My answer would definitely not be to say restrict migration. I think that is just, it's so many steps removed away from the issue. I think there's so many different ways that we can think about, reskilling people if it's about areas which have lost industry. We can think about better education across the board. We can think about investing more in our communities across whatever level of scale we're talking about. So I think if our concern is really about economic inequality, which we know the data has actually really been exacerbated since the 1970s within richer countries, then definitely there's so many measures that we could take that immigration might be the 20th down the list, but it's definitely, and even then, there's a real debate among the economists whether it would actually contribute or cause more harm in the sense of not having immigration, because it's, in some countries, it's the only source of growth in the job market. So I would want to say we need to take the issue of these issues of inequalities within countries very, very seriously, but almost bracket them from the debate about migration. They're true irrespective of whether a country has a more open or more restrictive immigration policy. So just to add that to the discussion, I think it was a point that was opened up by the book, and I think it is related, because then we need to ask, I think I would connect it to both questions of belonging and questions of rights.
Yeah, and Alex, I'm going to let you're going to jump in here. I would just say that to Ayelet, I'll just throw out a question. I guess the question I would have is, how do we do that, right? How do we separate those questions of economic injustice from the questions of sort of national belonging and who belongs and immigration, not because they are conceptually related, but because they're made to relate through demagoguery, et cetera. But I'll just throw that out there. Alex, you wanted to respond,
just
and then we have a couple people.
So the U.S. Constitution almost universally talks about persons, not citizens, except in small ways. We extend almost all constitutional rights to immigrants, but not because they belong, but because we exercise sovereignty over them. And this gets to the difference between, Ayelet pointed out, between a state and a nation state. And so I think it's much more closely linked to exercise of authority, to the legal power over people, that we think people have rights, not because of a sense of belonging. I think actually that Hiroshi's notion of belonging is really a claim about equality in almost every time he talks about it. When is it fair to treat one insider differently than another insider? And he says, most cases it's not, and a lot of times we do. But those are really equality claims defined by everybody living in a space. They're not really belonging claims, I don't think.
Yeah, go ahead, right here.
All right. Hi. First, thank you, Hiroshi, for opening up this conversation with your book and ideas, because it's such an important discussion to have. And I feel my blood pressure rising in a good way because I'm getting so fired up by the conversation. And so I guess my ideas were surrounding this idea of accountability as well. And how do we hold ourselves accountable to our ideas and where we got those from. But this idea of, certain people being labeled criminals, this person's bad, this person's good, and holding people accountable, well, that's what the current administration is, quote unquote, doing with accountability. So I have a real problem with this idea because I think it depends on who's in power and how we look at accountability. And so how do we look at that in a responsible way? And I think as a country, we have had a real issue with that. How do we hold people accountable for, things that they've done in their lives that we want to criminalize or we want to incarcerate people? Is that the best way? Is that how we really want to hold people accountable? And then when it comes to holding people accountable abroad, that seems more complicated. But just locally and in our own country, how do we want to hold people accountable? And then how does that impact immigration and how we hold other people accountable? So, yeah. I'd be curious to hear the panelists' ideas about that.
Because I read about incarceration, I'm happy to sort of take a first thought at this, although I feel like your question is slightly more directed to sort of Alex and accountability of a nation state. But I think what's interesting when you think about immigrants and accountability and the national conversations about accountability is, like Alex was just saying, not only do immigrants typically have the same or a similar panoply of constitutional rights to non-citizens when they're in the country, but also, of course, the same accountability mechanisms that apply to citizens also apply to non-citizens, right? Non-citizens can be incarcerated, held accountable by any mechanism that a citizen can be held accountable. And so layering on top of that is always this kind of belonging question of, well, what can you do within the national culture? What can you bring with you that excludes you from the national community entirely, right? Those are the sort of not belonging sides of accountability. And I think we see this current sort of administration talking about, well, anything that could be considered antisocial, even if not illegal, within a national community could be cause for exclusion from the national community, right? You can sort of draw those boundaries completely differently from accountability in the national context, and also to move some of the accountability mechanisms not only from exclusion from the national community, but also incarceration beyond the territorial limits of the United States, right? I think it's a really interesting question. I don't know if that sort of answers anything, but those are some of those I would think about accountability interacting with immigration.
Ahilan? Unless Alex, you want
I'm happy to jump in.
Okay.
Because I think here's how I would think about it, and it's actually connected also to the last point, Alex, that you raised about sovereignty. But I think accountability, we would think about it very differently when we speak about individuals versus states. And if you think about it not in the immigration context, say if you move to the kind of criminal justice, criminal system, right, when we think about the state is very powerful. The individual requires protections precisely because the state has such tremendous authority. That's why we have to really build in so many procedural protections, right? So it's not that we don't think about accountability, but usually I think, at least, Alex, I heard you speak about the accountability of states or more powerful actors versus the kind of current debate is loses, in a way, is reversing the story, right? The individual who traditionally in the story should be the weaker party entitled to greater protections becomes the threat. So I think there's just so many reversals that are occurring in the current debate that you're right, the language could be very confusing. And it's partly, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it definitely makes the discussion politically that much more charged and polarized. But just bracketing that for a minute, I would as a general principle, suggest that when states exercise their authority over individuals who are just structurally in a less powerful position, as immigrants are because they don't have full status, or a person who's undocumented or has not yet crossed the border, or is stopped long before they ever reach the country in order to prevent, to trigger any possibilities for seeking asylum, etc. I would want to say anytime that sovereign authority is exercised vis-a-vis an individual who, again, in this narrative is more powerless, then certainly at least basic procedural protections must attach. That's the only way that we can have a liberal democratic order if we want to say that our constitutions are really protecting individuals, right? This is what distinguishes us from countries that are not democratic, that are more authoritarian. So I would apply that across the board, and I've done this in The Shifting Border and in other work. So I actually think this has to be our basic principle. I'm not yet sure, though. My question is, and that I really don't have an answer, is whether this kind of sovereignty discussion, which again is very well established, right? It goes all the way back to the Magna Carta. We have a long history. Whether that's strong enough to create a more demanding sense of obligations or responsibility vis-a-vis each other, either at whatever level of membership that we're exploring. So this is why I think my hesitation of saying, let's just give up on that and just think about either a total cosmopolitan order and or just think about the language of sovereignty and constitutional authority and constitutional restraint, which, again, I would definitely build it into the story. I'm just not sure if it does all the work that we might want it to do, especially if we have ambitions for our communities and societies to allow individuals to flourish, right? So if we have a demanding view of what society can grant individuals.
So we have 1 minute. So Ahilan,
very quickly, just one brief comment on this humanity point, and then a question I think is mostly for Alex. I read Hiroshi to be saying that the humanity claim applies to any person. It just runs against, or it obligates the state where the person is located or who is enforcing, exercising authority against the person, which I think is fairly close to what Ayelet is saying now, I think. But anyway, just for what it's worth, I don't know if that's how you understood Hiroshi, but that's how I understood the way he had described humanity claims in the book. The question I have is quickly is for Alex, which is this concept of a right not to be displaced. That right, I take it, would be enforceable against the home state or the state that's causing the displacement or the entity that's causing the displacement. And it seems in that way, your point is it's fundamentally different from the concept that Hiroshi is advancing. And I guess I have two questions, cautionary questions about it. One is, it seems like it might authorize coercive force against that state, which then suggests that it's like a greater tool perhaps for imperial power than would be the model that Hiroshi is endorsing, which is more sort of familiar with that Hiroshi's conception just obligates the state where the person has come into. And so I wonder what you think about that. And then my second question is, do you see them as trading off in some way, either at the conceptual level or in practice? Because I feel like one worry that I would have about a regime like that is that a state could say, like, well, no, we're not going to provide refugee protection to the set of people, but we are going to go, bomb the country that is causing them to leave. And you could see why that, might not end up being a good thing from a refugee protection standpoint.
So, Alex, you have 2 minutes.
I'll do it in 30 seconds. As to the first, I think actually the main people to be held accountable will be third countries. If you're talking climate, it's not going to be the country. The country. It's almost like the country that people are being displaced from would have a parents patriae suit against the polluters who've caused the climate change. On the second, what was the second point? Say it really quickly again. Yes. Yeah. No, you want to keep the Refugee Convention. And I think part of the other side of the right not to be displaced is the right to flee. Because the people who are going to be really the most harmed in the climate situation, they're certainly not the cross-border people because there are going to be very few of those. Most of the flight will be inside the country. But it's the involuntarily immobile who are really going to be harmed. There have to be ways to help them out of a bad situation. So you'd have to have a route out, and you'd want to take care of them once they get out. Yeah.
Okay. Please join me in thanking our three panelists. We're now going to take a 12-minute break, and at 2:15 we'll commence our second panel on leaving. But we'll give it a minute. We'll give it a minute or two, and then we'll start. That's really intended as a warning to you guys.
Get on your toes. I feel like I should put this book up like this.
I took the jacket.
Steven's really smart because he's turning to. They're supposed to protect the actual book, but it's such a great color.
It is, and it's Hiroshi's picture.
I know when I learned that.
Did you not know that before we said it?
I did. For some reason, I looked at the. I'm always interested in where these pictures come from, so I looked at the cover where it says, and I was like, oh my God, that's him.
Is your social handle still Ahilan name too long?
Underscore too long, yeah. Now I'm in Blue Sky, it's just Ahilan too long. With no underscore. Yeah.
That's a nice rhythm to it. Yeah. I think you know how proud I was of my technological genius lesson?
That was amazing.
Well, it just gave me your Yahoo account, didn't give you your actual number.
Oh, that's funny, because you were also...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to get us started. I know there's still a couple people getting coffee and working their way in. So think about the first panel as thinking about the question of belonging and migration, either by choice or compulsion. This one, we're going to try and focus on the question of who gets to stay and who has to leave, either by choice or compulsion. And to do that, we have four amazing panelists. I'm going to introduce them in the order in which they'll be speaking and then call on them individually. First, we'll have speaking Professor Ahilan T. Arulanantham. I was just joking with him because his social media tags, it's Ahilan name too long or Ahilan too long?
Ahilan too long.
Ahilan too long. We're
coming from Pradeep and Goasek.
Yeah, that's right. Ahilan is a distinguished human rights lawyer and professor from practice at UCLA School of Law, where he co-directs the Center for Immigration Law and Policy. His work centers on the intersection of immigration law and civil liberties, with a focus on the rights of the undocumented migrants. I always think it's important to include this. He is born to Sri Lankan Tamil immigrants and raised in Southern California. His background has deeply influenced his commitment to immigrants' rights. He has a BA from Georgetown, another one from Oxford, where he's a Marshall Scholar, a JD from Yale. And I'm just going to add as a personal note, I grew up in the same community as Ahilan. He's a couple years older than me. And my parents always told me I should be like Ahilan because he's a genius. And I always resisted that, except for eventually the MacArthur Foundation also told him he was a genius. So I guess my parents were right all along. Next we'll have speaking Professor Juliet Stumpf, who's the Edmund O. Belsheim Chair at Lewis and Clark Law School, a nationally recognized scholar in immigration and criminal law. She's best known for her pioneering work on crimmigration, the intersection of immigration enforcement and the criminal legal system. Her scholarship explores how immigration policies construct legal uncertainty for undocumented migrants, particularly through mechanisms like DACA and other temporary protection. She's also the co-founder of, is it CNETS? CNETS, Crimmigration Control International Network of Studies, which fosters international research on enforcement and migration. Third, we'll have speaking Dr. Lisa M. Martinez, professor of sociology and criminology at University of Denver and co-director for their Center for Immigration Policy and Research. Her research focuses on immigration policy, social inequality, and the lived experiences of undocumented Latino, Latinx communities. She explores the effects of enforcement policies, such as Colorado's SB 90 law on undocumented individuals' education, economic security, and emotional well-being, and unlike all the other people, actually has empirical data and qualitative field work to share with us, maybe. And then finally, we'll have our own Professor Violeta Chapin, who's a clinical professor of law and associate dean for community and culture at the University of Colorado Law School. She directs the Criminal and Immigration Defense Clinic, where law students represent non-citizens clients facing both criminal charges and immigration proceedings. So we'll start with Ahilan.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's really an honor to get to talk about Hiroshi's book. I've had the pleasure of reading a draft of it, and then I have to say that the particular passage I'm going to talk about now I've now read twice, including once, just a couple of days ago, and it is really true. It's such a dense work, even though it is also so accessible. And both the times that I have read, even after the draft time, the section on temporariness, it's striking how there's still new themes and ideas that pick up and come out for me. So I wanted to talk about a particular form of what Hiroshi calls the in-between forms of temporary status, which is the temporary protected status program, and to think about a really important question that he raises in the book, which is like, how long should people have to be here before they can be considered permanent, allowed to stay not on a temporary basis, but instead on a permanent basis? And the question arises in a very acute way for the Temporary Protected Status Program. There's currently 1.5 million people in the United States protected under the TPS statute. They're from 16 countries, but actually 2/3 of them are from 2 countries, Venezuela and Haiti. And I think it's quite timely and appropriate to talk about that particular program here for a couple of reasons. One, Aurora, Colorado, I don't have to tell all of you probably who are here, is a site of extreme political contestation because the candidate Trump and also his surrogates claimed that there was an apartment complex overtaken there by a Venezuelan gang. That is a claim that they continue to make in the litigation on this subject even now. It was cited as a reason, part of the reasons for why they should terminate TPS for Venezuela and strip the status of 600,000 people. So it's very close to home, I imagine, for you all here. It's also very timely for me. I'm actually part of the group that's litigating the challenge to those terminations. Got some good news. The Ninth Circuit actually denied the government's motion for emergency stay, thus leaving in place the order which had extended TPS for the Venezuelan community. But it's also true that I suspect the government will go to the Supreme Court on that question, so it's very live, very timely. And then the third thing I should say, as Pradeepan already alluded to, Professor Gulsekar alluded to, we are from a refugee community. And so when I think about these questions about how long should be enough, definitely for me, it conjures memories and even quite recent memories of experiences from my family, extended family, and our community in Southern California, because these questions arose in many different contexts, whether things might be better at home, meaning in Sri Lanka, things might be better in a different country, were sort of things that came up a lot for us. So Hiroshi defends the concept of temporary statuses in general, and TPS in particular, on a couple of different grounds. Obviously, there's the humanitarian ground that we were just talking about earlier. He also mentions that it's a very important policy lever for governments where it might be politically palatable to accept the notion of allowing people to stay temporarily, where it wouldn't be politically palatable in that same moment to allow people to stay permanently. And so doing this is a sort of a partial measure that would then create for which you might be able to develop a larger consensus in favor of than would have happened if you're saying, well, we should just admit these, say, 1.5 million people for Venezuela and Haiti for permanent residence, in this moment. And then another point that he makes is there's time for new information to develop that can be relevant to the question of whether the nation would want this set of people to stay. Labor conditions could change, economic conditions could change, the politics could shift over time. And so it may be true that allowing temporariness for a certain period of time it's something like a trial period or something like that, but not just necessarily a trial period with respect to those people, but just generally with respect to the economic and political climate, sort of testing out whether this is a good idea. But of course, if everyone who can stay temporarily gets to stay permanently, then you don't really believe in temporary protection, right? Like if your view is that actually it's just sort of a stepping stone, it should apply to everyone, then really what you mean is that you just believe that everybody should be able to stay here forever. And I think one really important point, others have made this too, about Hiroshi's book is, just as the book asks, what would make borders ethical? That's sort of the core question. It's like, we'll assume perhaps people will disagree on whether there should be borders at all, but let's assume that there are going to be borders. What would make them ethical? I think actually what he's doing here is a version of the same question with respect to temporary relief programs. Like, okay, maybe some people say we shouldn't have them at all, but in a world where we are going to have them, they serve good political purposes and humanitarian purposes, and they do have a certain logic to them. What would make them humane? What would make them reasonable? And so that, I think, is sort of the context in which I would ask, I think that the book asks the question, how long should you have to stay here temporarily before you get to stay here permanently? And if it's not just a question of time, are there other factors? Like, does it turn on whether you have family? Does it turn on, any number of other things? What are those, and how should they play into it? And I just want to say one last thing before I kind of dive into what I think is the core question here. I think the distinction that's being drawn, sort of set up in that, temporarily versus being able to stay here permanently, it actually maps on to the distinction between humanity claims and belonging claims. And at least for me, perhaps not entirely in agreement with some of the people on the prior panel, I find that distinction really, really useful. Actually, I think it's very useful to say a humanity claim, one way of thinking about that is the claim that somebody who's coming here from another country that is having political instability or climate problems or whatever it is not safe for the return of their nationals. Humanity claims means that person gets to stay here. The belonging claim is that person gets to stay here permanently. Right? So the humanity claim is, as long as that country remains unsafe, that person gets to stay here. But if things improve and the country is no longer unsafe, then they have to go back. Whereas the belonging claim is, well, they've been here long enough, whether or not things get better over there, they get to stay, and they don't have to live with the uncertainty of wondering whether their right to remain in this country will be dependent on things happening in the home country and how the government is assessing, how the government here is assessing things happening in the home country. Right? So I have felt this distinction operating in the actual litigation over TPS in a very, very acute way, because the Trump administration the first time around tried to end the TPS program for virtually everybody who had it at that time. And a huge percentage of the population at that time were people from Central America, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua. And they overwhelmingly had TPS for, at that time even, nearly 20 years. Many of the people who were beneficiaries of TPS from those countries had actually had it since the early 2000s, or in some of the cases, even the late 1990s. Also Sudan, by the way, smaller population, but they had TPS since like 1997 or something like that. So the way we framed the normative arguments in support of the litigation really turned a lot on the depth of the integration that they had into the United States. We talked about the fact that these communities had lived here for years and years, that they had American-born children, that is, U.S. citizen children, who were in middle school, and that they had contributed so extensively to their communities in many different ways that it was just wrong to force people like that to go back to their countries. And although, of course, we made a number of technical arguments about the Administrative Procedure Act and also race discrimination claims, because Trump had called them people from shithole countries. He was talking about TPS, actually, in that meeting where he had said that. A lot of our focus was on the depth of their integration. Now, in the Venezuela litigation that we're in the midst of, it's not quite like that, right? Because actually more than half of the Venezuelan TPS recipients are people who came here between 2021 and 2023. So it's not like, yesterday, but it's still, less than 5 years. And even the remainder of the population, a lot of them came starting in like 2013-ish, and a lot of them came even in the sort of the years after that. So it's a long resident population, depending on what counts as long, which is, I think, the subject of Hiroshi's book, but it's not as long as the population who had been here before. And so a lot of our focus in the harm, the way we talk about litigation now is how terrible things are still in Venezuela, and how it's wrong to force these people to go back to this country, which is so repressive, and when the U.S. government is still saying it's repressive and things like that. And of course, those claims would be true regardless of whether or not they had been here a long period of time. So, really you see that the distinction between these two things is playing out now in the way the litigation is taking place. So then, in the remaining time, I just want to begin to sketch, how long? How long should be too long? And what factors should be in play, And here I'm gonna take the dive in the spirit of Hiroshi's book, where I feel like he really takes these questions on and tries to think about them seriously, and actually suggest, at least a frame to a number. Hiroshi is very careful not to put a precise number, but he does note that the 2013 Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill, which passed the Senate with 68 votes, but didn't get a vote in the House of Representatives, put that number at 10 years. this wasn't just for TPS, but they just said in general, people who had lived here for 10 years, that was like the time period to be the sort of gateway to eligibility for the legalization program in that statute. And I want to suggest that there's actually good reasons, if you're going to play this game, and try and think about a number to put out into the world, there are actually good reasons to put that number at 5 for people who have temporary protective status. And these are really for very, very common sense kinds of reasons. One thing is, if you have come here and then you have a child shortly after you come, your child would be just about school-aged after about 5 years. And so when that happens, and I realize that's a limited population, that's only for those people who are having children, shortly after they arrive, and that is true for some people and not true for many others, but there is a way in which once the next generation is going to school, then they're becoming invested and integrated in a way which I think changes the stakes in leaving. Another thing about 5 years is that that's 3 TPS extensions-ish, because 18 months is the maximum time period that can be that a TPS extension can be granted for under the statute. You could also look and say for other kinds of time periods, paroles are often 1 or 2 years, DACA renewals are 2 years, as Hiroshi notes in the book. So when you're talking about a 3, it seems like that suggests perhaps that the conflict that is going on, or whatever the underlying instabilities that's causing the conflict, is something that could last for a longer period of time. I don't know if that's actually true empirically, and it'd be an interesting thing to check. I have an intuitive sense that that suggests that the conflict is intractable in situations where it's political instability that's driving it, and it might be an interesting thing to see. Is there a break point after which conflicts are more likely to start or stop? And then the last thing I'll say is, in federal criminal law, the statute of limitations for most federal crimes is 5 years. For some of them, it's also 8, but it's often 5 years. And that suggests that to the extent you think, and I don't mean to suggest that I believe, obviously, that people who are fleeing are doing something wrong, but I do think it's interesting to note that even when people do things that our law thinks of as wrong, sometimes very, very wrong, after 5 years, we say, you know what, if it hasn't been prosecuted, you have to let it go. And it doesn't matter if what they did was really terrible. It's been 5 years, the government hasn't chosen to act, so leave it. So I know that's provocative. I'm not sure that I would actually, defend that even in court, let alone somewhere else. But I do think it's important to try and engage in this question, because in the spirit of the book, if we don't take that seriously, then what we're sort of really saying is that we don't believe in temporary protection at all. And so I just offered that as a way of engaging that question, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. You're up, Juliet.
All right. Well, I just wanted to start, of course, by thanking Deep, who has worked so hard to put this together, and also Lindley Bell, who did an amazing job with so many of the arrangements, and the students who I've been having such a wonderful time meeting over the past, I think, 24 hours. I am really interested in the question of in the enforcement discussion in chapters mostly 6 and especially 7 of Hiroshi's book, because it raises this question of whether we can have a just and equitable enforcement system that respects the belonging and humanity claims of immigrants and insiders as well. So I want to start by defining the areas of inquiry that this question raises, and then try to talk a little bit about the questions that are raised when we ask what would be required for a more just and equitable enforcement system. So really the question is, what does immigration enforcement look like if the immigration law system were changed along the lines that Borders and Belonging suggests? And I have to admit, I'm in the same position that Paulina described herself as in. I'm always looking at enforcement, poking holes in it, but not really thinking about, or being forced to think about, the way that enforcement might look if we actually did try to create a more equitable system. And so I thank Hiroshi for provoking me to think along these lines. The book says, what it tries to do is kind of lay out a practical utopia. I love that, right? A utopia just assumes on the enforcement side that everybody knows the law and obeys it, in which case we don't need enforcement and everyone can spend those billions of dollars on parties and climate change. But the practical utopia doesn't assume that. It does propose that we have reformed, and this is where I want to kind of start. We've reformed our system in ways that respect humanity and belonging claims. And in that case, the purpose of enforcement becomes something else, right? It's meant to make borders meaningful, to enable the communities within those borders to have a sense of belonging and to flourish. So that got me thinking, well, what's the function of enforcement at all, and of immigration enforcement in particular? Formally, we kind of talk about immigration enforcement as enforcing the rules about who may enter, who may remain, and for how long. And it requires people to leave if they break those rules, right? And kind of imposes a lot of different kinds of deprivation of liberty to do that. But functionally, when we really actually look at what the system's doing, it's doing both less and more of those things. And I think one of the things that Borders and Belonging does is to look beyond those formal functions in really useful ways. So it identifies particular features of our enforcement system that I think is really important to pay attention to. One of those, of course, I think we can't get anywhere if we don't start with the critiques of immigration enforcement, that it has tremendous racial impacts, right? Cesar, Garcia, Hernandez has written so much about this, and so have other colleagues. But this concern about the racial impact of enforcement, it's threaded throughout the book, and it leads to a couple of different factors that I think are really important. One is discretion, right? Immigration enforcement has had the effect of placing tremendous amounts of discretion in the hands of rank and file agents, police officers, Border Patrol, and ICE officers. Sometimes those rank and file officers are actually thought of in some areas of scholarship as street-level bureaucrats. Emily Chertoff has written about this. They get to decide which immigration laws to enforce and who to enforce them against and how and where. The second thing is procedural fairness. So lots of aspects of our enforcement system has reduced process to its barest form, even to situations in which we just need two immigration agents to decide whether a person belongs or can remain, and then to use the authority that they have to either detain, deport, surveil, or arrest. And we know that the harshness of the immigration enforcement system, it's been documented by so many people in this room, and that has led to our current system of mass incarceration and detention. The third aspect is transparency and accountability. Right? So the book points out that when police and immigration agents violate the law, those actions often have kind of a legal bubble of immunity, right? It's really hard to hold those actors accountable. And when that happens, when it's really hard to hold people accountable who are our government officials, we lose transparency as well. Those violations become invisible. And that has an impact on the trust that people have in the fairness and justice of the larger immigration system. And it encourages, or at least tolerates, further violations of the law by government officials. In his keynote, Hiroshi suggested that what we really need to be doing is paying attention to and changing the kinds of stories that we tell about immigrants and society. And I think that's especially important in the enforcement context, because enforcement itself can undermine belonging claims when the substantive law mixes immigration and criminal law in ways that lead the public to believe that immigrants, and particularly immigrants of color, are criminals, and when enforcement looks and feels like criminal law enforcement. So in a practical utopia in which humanity and belonging claims are respected, we've made enough changes to do that, how do we get to justice and equality in enforcement? So once we've succeeded in addressing some of the reasons, right, and I think this is one of the things that the book's innovations would do, so we would address some of the reasons that people violate border control rules and violate time limits on remaining. And if that's the case, then I think enforcement starts to look really different. I think there are still major barriers that would need to be addressed, right, in addressing those humanity and belonging claims. One of my favorite ones, of course, is that I think it's really important to disentangle immigration and criminal law. That's going to require facing the racial history of border crossing, the criminalization of border crossing that was intended to keep Mexicans from soiling the quality of that white European stock, and the rhetorical use of immigration policing as a dog whistle for race. So these things feed on each other, right? Public arrests, detention, and deportations of people of color solidify the idea that people of color have criminal tendencies and that they lack belonging claims. So let me address a central claim in the book, and one that I think the book tries to address or suggest that we need to fix. Right now, immigration law is almost impossible to comply with for so many people. So once we address those belonging and humanity claims, we should have created an immigration system that can be followed. And that makes questions of accountability, right, see panel 1, change in several ways. Number one, the necessity for enforcement diminishes. We end up basically with, I think, 3 groups. Those who have humanity and belonging claims and need those claims to be adjudicated. Right? That becomes a question of maximizing accuracy in the adjudication process. And we end up with wrongful denials creating a much smaller group, right, that we will have the kind of time and resources to provide further process for. The second one is people who don't have humanity or belonging claims but want to come or remain. And the third one is those who don't have belonging or humanity claims who come on a temporary basis, right, see Ahilan. And I think that becomes a question of enforcing the date on which they're supposed to leave. Groups 2 and 3, those without humanity or belonging claims, are going to have less stake in coming or staying outside the law. That means we can change something that I've been working on lately, which is who does the enforcement of immigration law. So if we truly look into and take into account humanity and belonging claims, if we disentangle immigration from criminal law, do we need a massive policing force? Immigration is actually mostly administrative law, although if you ask me and Cesar about that, we're not so sure. But if enforcement became a compliance scheme, are the people who are carrying out the law actually administrators rather than police? Can we have an enforcement system that looks less like policing and more like compliance? Right? And I get this not as an original idea, but from other scholars and from conversations that I've had with Hiroshi. Can we have a more administrative approach where we treat immigration enforcement as administrative violations, maybe subject to civil administrative penalties like fines or the kind of administrative hassles that bureaucracies are so talented at imposing in place of the severe deprivations of liberties that we currently see. So we take currently a partial administration approach to current belonging claims when we ask USCIS to adjudicate immigration benefit applications. And I've written about, and others have as well, about how we switched from a crimmigration approach to an administrative approach when we set up DACA and gave it to USCIS instead of ICE to enforce. It also changes who are the subjects of enforcement, because we think of immigration enforcement as governing immigrants, but enforcement also has to happen on the other side, on those who are doing the enforcement of immigration law. So if we're thinking about administrators doing this, administrative agencies actually have a lot of tools to cabin the discretion of administrative officials. Administrative reviews, public accountability measures, other ways of cabining discretion of administrative officials. And so if we apply these concepts to immigration enforcement, which would by its nature be more regulatory, that might go far towards curbing some of the excesses that have led to the concerns about transparency, accountability, discretion, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure a more regulatory approach addresses all of the issues. I'm not sure it really gets to race and gender, especially because it is so deeply embedded in our society. Ahilan has written about something that kind of goes to the heart of my concern, and that's the problem of racist precedent, right? So much of our immigration law actually relies on precedent that was openly racist. What do we do about that? If we set up a more just and equitable system, would those issues just kind of, recreate this more severe system that we have now? I hope not. And I would hope that the vision that the book sets out and its practical approach would create legal habits of justice and equity that would have the same kind of sticking power, the gravity to pull immigration enforcement and immigration law itself to a stable equilibrium. But I think this relies on and inspires different stories from the one that we're hearing now. And so I'll say this last thing, and it hits a note from Hiroshi's Keynote. I do think we need to change the stories that shape the severity of our current system of enforcement, and that our current system inspires. So Hiroshi noted in his keynote that we need to tell stories about the prosperity that immigration brings. But I think we also need to tell stories about the loss of our national immigration story, not as a story about the past, but about the present and the future. Because if we are looking towards the future, we can see that as a nation, we're actually going to be competing for immigrants. And so if our enforcement system creates a system that creates barriers to immigration to welcoming, to integration, our ability to attract, retain, and incorporate immigrants, we may lose the prosperity that immigration brings, and we can look to our enforcement system for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Lisa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to DEEP and the conference organizers for inviting me to speak today to discuss Professor Motomura's book, Borders and Belonging. If you heard in the introduction, I am not a legal scholar. I am a sociologist by training, specifically a political sociologist, where I focus on the ways in which law, politics, inform outcomes such as immigration enforcement. So much of my research focuses on immigration in the U.S. context, and through this work I've had opportunities to engage with actual real-life legal scholars. So it's a privilege to be here amongst these panelists and other speakers here today. Just to give an example of that very quickly, I'm part of a team at DU led by colleague Rebecca Galemba, looking at a court watch. We're doing a court watch study, also with my colleague Liz Jordan from Sturm College of Law, where we've been doing court watch in Denver's immigration court to try to understand the ways in which the Biden administration's dedicated docket and its accelerated timeline has led to all kinds of due process concerns for people seeking asylum, effectively resulting in what we called their expedited expulsion from the United States. I've also taught undergraduate immigration courses at DU. Many of our students are very interested in going to law school, and so when I teach my immigration courses, of course, they always want to talk about immigration law, and I always have to be very clear, like, I'm not an immigration lawyer, but these are some of the things that are important to know about immigration law and the impact that it has on people's experiences. And it's through those courses where I've used other work by Professor Motomura, specifically Americans in Waiting. So it's nice to be able to sort of bring all those pieces together here. A couple of things that Professor Motomura mentioned this morning in his keynote and that really resonated with me, again, as a sociologist. One is the importance of context. This is something I always say, whether it's in my written work, whether it's in my coursework, whether it's in other things that I do. We need to think about the ways in which context matters in informing these discussions and debates. And I believe one of the panelists in the first panel talked about, for example, distinguishing between what we sometimes consider hospitable immigration contexts or ones that are hostile, right? And how that can make for some very important differences in terms of the outcomes and experiences of people who live under those contexts. He also mentioned the importance of elevating the voices of those with lived experiences, and of also sort of asking and responding to this question of how is it that immigration law affects individuals, and how is it that, in the case of my comments today, how it is that immigration law informs people's sense of belonging. So I want to share that the comments that I have for today are more thinking about the ways in which the book and this work sort of informs my own thinking about my work. These are kind of my own ruminations and kind of the understandings that I took away in reading Borders and Belonging. One thing I'll share, and I'll start here, is that the book, as others have said today, the book has presented a lot of food for thought moments for me, and for those of us who are really trying to stay on top of what are very fast-moving developments in immigration law and enforcement. And what I really appreciated about the book is how Professor Motomura challenges us to move beyond traditional discussions of immigration law toward a deeper understanding of how law constructs or constrains immigrant belonging and inclusion. And we see this especially in the two vital concepts that drive the overall framing of the book and that others have commented on, sort of the belonging claims and the humanity claims. As I understand them, belonging claims are made not through formal immigration status, but through daily life, through things like school and work, caregiving, and community ties. They reflect a relational reality. People are a part of society regardless of whether the law chooses to affirm that fact. And I think of this especially in the ways that it complements a lot of the migration scholarship, where we tend to have a lot of discussions around what belongingness means for immigrants in the United States context. And we usually tend to think of it either specifically with regard to sort of social integration. Sometimes we think about it in terms of structural integration or some combination thereof. But in reading the book, it really sort of drove home for me the ways in which law also has an impact in that. In terms of humanity claims, I see these as more fundamental. They don't rest on integration or contributions that immigrants may or may not be making, but rest on the simple assertion that a person is human and therefore must not be treated as disposable or invisible, or in the parlance of immigration enforcement, removable. This is framing that made me draw connections to my own work based on 59 interviews with undocumented youth and young adults living in Colorado who received deferred action for childhood arrivals. In the book, I see examples of both these kinds of claims operating in the lives of the young people I interviewed, and how it is that U.S. immigration law systematically fails to respond to either of those claims. In the manuscript, I open, in the very first chapter, I open with President Obama's announcement, which he made in summer of 2012, where he first announced the executive order known as DACA. And one quote in particular, where he talked about how DACA recipients, or who would go on to be DACA recipients, came to the United States as children and are Americans in every way except one, on paper. And in thinking about sort of the questions of this panel, this question of leaving, it's really interesting to me to think about this in relation to DACA recipients, because as almost all of my participants that I feature in the book, they came to the U.S. as children, some much before the age of 2 or 3. They spent their formative years here. They were educated here. For all intents and purposes, they really don't have any intention of leaving because they are essentially undocumented Americans, right? They don't have status here, but they've lived their entire lives in this country. Because of their indeterminate legal status, social scientists often refer to DACA recipients as liminally legal. Sometimes we refer to them in terms of their status as being precarious. Professor Motomura uses the language of in-betweenness. And in the book, I use a concept that I call constricted legality, which refers to the fact that, again, DACA recipients are not citizens in the eyes of the law. They lack the full rights and benefits of citizenship, and they are bound by their immigration status. At the same time, we think of immigration statuses on a continuum from less to more precarious, with DACA holders being among the least. My conceptualization of constricted legality therefore aims to account for the limited opportunities that DACA confers on recipients, while also acknowledging they live in a constant state of conditionality. Constricted legality further asserts that recipients' presence is acknowledged, but their belonging is deferred. They're protected from deportation, but only temporarily. They're authorized to work, but only in 2-year increments. They may attend institutions of higher education, but are ineligible for financial aid. They must submit to background checks, to renewals, to fees, and all kinds of delays. So at every turn, the law reminds these young people that they are tolerated, but not embraced. They won't get deported, but they also can't have citizenship, which is exactly what one of the participants in my study, Teresa, said when she was approved for DACA. She said, quote, "I'm not afraid of getting deported, I'm afraid of not getting citizenship," end quote. As I found, DACA recipients' legal precarity caused a great deal of internal struggle and strife, anxiety, all as a result of their in-betweenness, because they recognized that they were not fully members of the U.S. society, but they also knew that they wouldn't be accepted if they had to return to their countries of origin. I think, for example, of 23-year-old DACA recipient Nancy, who shared how she came to the United States as a toddler and equated her precarious legal status with being nationless. She said, quote, "I speak Spanish, consider myself Mexican, like my roots are there, but then I grew up here. I'm not accepted by the society, and I'm not accepted by most people sometimes, especially when I admit that I'm undocumented," end quote. Now, something that I found in the course of doing these interviews, which spanned roughly 2013 to the summer of 2017, was that while there wasn't a lot of fear in terms of the sense that DACA recipients could be deported or sent back to countries that they didn't really know or have connections to. These were young people, again, they were very young when they came to the US, so they didn't have as strong a tie to the country of origin. They weren't the generation that were sending back remittances, for example, and so this was something that they sort of thought about in the abstract, but then after Trump was elected, of course, those anxieties became even more heightened as they grappled with the possibility of, what if I get sent back to a place I don't know? This, for me, is the paradox of constricted legality. DACA recipients, like TPS holders and others, have more status than other immigrants, but their lives are circumscribed by discretionary decisions of government officials who may deny an individual grant or renewal. This is essentially a quote taken from page 75 of the book. They are what sociologist Roberto Gonzalez refers to as living in legal limbo. In the middle chapters of the book, Professor Motomura further highlights the challenges of those with temporary or in-between statuses, urging us as readers to resist the logic of exclusion when making determinations about who gets to stay and for how long. This is important given the current moment we're in, as all immigrants are being vilified, and the few protections that are afforded to immigrants, in this case DACA, continues to be litigated, dismantled, and politicized. So the need to center humanity claims could not be more urgent now. This speaks to what constricted legality does on a structural level in that it fragments individuals' identities. It produces anxieties. It forces people to narrate their deservingness and worthiness to a system that is not designed to affirm, but to evaluate and exclude. And I think of this in relation to another participant in my study, 19-year-old Victoria, who had graduated from a private high school in Colorado where the tuition for the school exceeded her parents' combined income. And she shared with me in the interview all of her academic achievements, which were many. It was just amazing what all she was invested in and involved in. But for her, one of the things that she conveyed was that she did all of these things because she wanted to prove that she was, quote, someone worth taking, end quote. What she meant by this is essentially that she wanted to prove her deservingness and her worthiness to be in this country, and she thought that she would be able to do this through her academic excellence. So my concept of constricted legality helps name our failure in being able to recognize the ways in which the law manages people without accepting them, how it uses legality to both recognize and marginalize, how it forces us to reckon with how immigration law constructs liminality, not as a temporary status, but as a durable condition. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And now to the person I would call if I needed a lawyer.
Hi, everyone. I'm Violeta. It's nice to be here at Deep. Thank you so much for this invitation, and of course, the wonderful Lindley Bell. We wouldn't get anything done at the law school without her and many of our wonderful staff here. I, too, am not a legal scholar. I am a practicing immigration lawyer. I also practice criminal defense, and my students and I in the clinic represent non-citizen clients in a wide variety of legal proceedings. I want to start by saying sort of my three main takeaways from Hiroshi's book, which I also truly enjoyed reading. I found it to be very accessible, for which I truly appreciate you and thank you. And ultimately, just very readable, not just by lawyers and scholars who are thinking about this, but by anyone who cares about immigrants and this country. Because I am a defense lawyer, I've been thinking for years about ways that we are supposed to be thinking about how to humanize our clients and how to tell their stories in a way that makes them relatable to people. And so you said, I didn't think that this was really like a novel concept to think about humanity claims and belonging claims, but it is a really useful framework to talk about the way that people should be considered by the rest of us. And I really appreciated those two things. We think about belonging claims in the context of like flight risk and dangerousness or lack of dangerousness when we're arguing to a judge about why our clients should be permitted to rejoin us in the community, for example, out of detention, and belong here with us. And I just found that framework really useful. That's the first takeaway. The second takeaway that I really appreciated, Hiroshi, was your encouragement for all of us. And I think this really hit home for me because I'm an advocate and I live in the advocacy space. And I've been a lawyer for so long that I've adopted certain words and like language in ways that I talk about our clients that I think could certainly use some revision at times, right? And second, sort of looking again at the ways that I might talk about our clients. How do we talk specifically about migrants, immigration, and the many different ways in which we can belong? The third takeaway that I wanted to share was this question of sort of how long is someone here before we decide that they can stay, right? Essentially, right? How long must they be here, or should they be here before we make a decision about how much they stay? But for me, the most important takeaway that you provided there is that we should really be asking the immigrant or the client what they want. Do you want to stay here with us for the rest of your life, or would you like a period of time, perhaps temporarily, where you need to be here, but your goal actually is not to stay? And I think that's a really important takeaway for all of us to be considering sort of what is the perspective of the immigrant, because there's so many ways about immigration law where we're sort of like bestowing immigration benefits on someone, and we sort of automatically assume that everybody like comes here and they're dying to get here and they're dying to take all their jobs, where really, I mean, America's certainly not the best place to live. It's certainly not the only place to live, and there's lots of folks who are here that probably don't want to stay forever, and we should be checking in on that and seeing whether there's a way to think about that. And so in then preparing my remarks, I thought it would be helpful, because I do think it's really important to tell stories about immigrants. As a public defender, one of the best things that we could do was tell the best story. Hillary knows. The person who wins the case is the one who tells the best story. And so I wanted to share with you, in general terms, sort of our longest standing client matter that we have in the clinic. It's been going on for 8 years, and it started during the first Trump administration when President Trump attempted to end TPS for a number of countries, including the country of El Salvador, which is where my mom is from. And I've visited many, many times. And all my life, I've grown up knowing, actually, about TPS because we knew TPS holders from El Salvador. I had stepped out of the law school, a few years before, and because I went and met the DACA students, because everybody loves the DACA students. They're so popular. And for a time, they were like the most popular immigrants forever, enjoying like extraordinary bipartisan support. And we have DACA students. And of course, CU was like, what are we going to do about our DACA students? And then I realized, sort of as I started meeting our DACA students that are enrolled here at CU, that we have a number of staff, custodian and dining services workers that have TPS. And it turned out they had TPS from El Salvador, and they were very obviously concerned. And we started to talk to them before the president tried to end the TPS designation for El Salvador. And what we decided to do was that, because as a lawyer, I was like, what's plan A, plan B, and C? Like, what's our strategy? What are we going to do? Maybe we can't stop him from ending TPS for El Salvador. Ahilan did that. Yay, right? But here, like, what am I going to do right now, right, to help this go forward? And so what we did is my students and I crafted a letter, and we thought really hard about the language in the letter, Hiroshi, that would go to our general counsel, our chief counsel here at CU, Pat O'Rourke, about the university applying for these staff members through the employment-based visa process. Because that would finally allow these clients who had been on non-immigrant status for almost 17, 18 years by then. El Salvador was designated for TPS protections in 2001 after 2 earthquakes hit El Salvador, sort of one right after the other, and made it impossible for Salvadoran nationals living in the United States, all of them undocumented, right, to be able to return to El Salvador, which is what TPS does. It's temporary, right, and it's supposed to be temporary. Obviously, in the case of El Salvador, it wasn't really acting in that way because many folks from El Salvador had been here for a long time, and so our employees here had been here for quite some time already. The language that we used in the letter to the General Counsel, and we agonized about this because I really wanted to use all these humanity claims, right, about how this is so terrible what happened to them, and we should really care about them, but we also, at the same time, of course, had extraordinary belonging claims, like the sticky, I love that word from Paulina, the stickier things, right, that they had lived here in our community for a very long time. Many of them had children that were enrolled in our schools. They went to church here. They participated in a number of things, and they were working, doing some of our sort of worst, ugliest, and lowest paid jobs. And so the second way that we began to talk about them, or that we agreed that we would talk about them, would be in sort of framing them as workers. Which I think for a lot of us in the immigrant advocacy community, we've been told in many ways, it's like, don't focus on just only the labor potential of the immigrant. Right? That's gross, reducing people to their labor, which is of course disgusting. But it is a part of their life. It is a part of who they are, and it's important to them, right? And they had stayed here. They were long-standing members of our community, right? And it was important from a business perspective for CU to retain long-standing employees who didn't leave, right? Our custodial department has the highest level of turnover at the entire university because it's the custodial department, right? They don't pay them shit. And so that was primarily the way that we framed the letter, was talking about them in the terms of just a sort of a straightforward business motive, right? Like you have a business interest in retaining valuable employees who show up to work, right, and come in and don't miss and don't leave. And they have these tremendous belonging claims, right, and you should do it. It took CU a month to get back to me. But in the end, they agreed to do it. And we embarked on an extraordinarily long and expensive process. So in reading Hiroshi's book, it also made me think, right, in waking ways that we can talk more broadly with our community about what are strategies to allow immigrants. If the immigration system is still going to have these spaces where it's sort of difficult to come as a non-immigrant, but some people are able to come, but it's even harder to become, right, a permanent immigrant, right? This is why we have so many undocumented people, because there's so few legal ways to normalize your status. But if we're going to be talking to our community about that, we really have to recognize what it takes. It took an extraordinary amount of time. So, and an extraordinary amount of money that CU spent as the employer to both go through the Department of Labor process, go through all of the listing process of their jobs, having to talk to HR. It took hours and hours and hours of resources from the university as well to go through the process, an extraordinary amount of time. But that is what, in the end, right, CU decided to do. And it worked. Oh yeah, we started out with 12 clients. 8 of them now have green cards. What? Like, it's changed. It's like the most amazing thing. And one of them promptly retired and moved back to El Salvador. I was like, cool, you can come back whenever you feel like it. But in the process, one thing that was really important, and this gets to my third takeaway, is that it was important to check in with our clients periodically about what they wanted to do. Back then, I mean, it feels really hostile now, but it also felt really hostile then. 2 of our clients decided, I've had it with this place. And I hear this from our DACA clients all the time. It's like, I've been here so long. We've done everything, I think, right? We pay taxes, we work, we don't commit any crimes. And the United States is still so hostile to us. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and leave. They thought it wouldn't work. They were skeptical because we definitely had some lawyers who were like, that's going to be hard. And it's going to be long for you to do this. And I couldn't guarantee them that the process was going to work. And 2 of them just decided to leave because they had it with the United States. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that coming, and it will be a loss to us. They decided that they were going to go, and they weren't going to pursue the processes anymore. Since then, we've seen any number of things happen, and the number of TPS holders has drastically increased in the United States. We have now represented people who have TPS from Ukraine. Remember that Ukraine was designated for TPS designations after the invasion of Russia. And in speaking with them, we got a sprinkling of them here in Colorado. We represented 2 young men who had found a sponsor in Fort Collins. And they asked us to help them apply for TPS. And in speaking with them about their goals, their immediate and sort of clear goal was to return to Ukraine, but not right now, right? And what they needed and very much appreciated was temporary relief from removal through the TPS process. They were happy to have it, but they knew they weren't going to stay longer. And as the case with a war, everyone is optimistically hoping that it will end, right? That it will end soon. And back then, we were trying to be optimistic and hopeful, and they wanted to go back. They didn't want to stay. And I do think it is crucial to have these ways in which we absorb and welcome people who will stay, not forever, but temporarily, because that's what they want to do, and it's what they need to do. And the example of Uniting for Ukraine and the way that we absorbed and welcomed the Ukrainians was wonderful. It was a model for what we are capable of doing. We certainly don't do it for everybody. And so that is a way for me to think about that. Now, I'll close by saying this. Since we did this project with our TPS holders, our custodians and our dining services workers, I'll say two things. One, I will say, and thank you for using this phrase before because I'm taking it now. One way that our workers felt about CU and the greater university, one, they felt like nobody knew who the hell they were and didn't care about them because they were custodians and dining services workers, right? They felt that they were useful here, but not embraced. Going through the process of CU, and I explained to them through every step, this is what the university is doing in order to keep you here, has made them feel finally like seen and welcomed by the university. And that's a beautiful thing to be able to offer someone, which is permanent status here because we love you and we're keeping you here, right? And that was something that they had not yet experienced. But since then, CU has reached out to me because we have a number of similarly situated, right, non-immigrant staff, and they have DACA. And they work here at CU. And the question is, can we petition for them through the employment-based process? My answer to that question is yes. And you should quickly hire an attorney to help you do that, right? Because that is something that the university could have. We have private companies, right? Most of the tech companies have an in-house attorney who's helping people navigate the employment-based visa process, or longer visas, the H-1B visa that just is a little bit longer. You should have someone here on campus. It hasn't happened yet, but we're definitely in discussion. We have now new workers at CU that are largely in our custodial and dining services workers, and they have TPS from Venezuela. And the question is, right, will CU embark on that process for them? Again, it was long, it was expensive, right? They don't have any of the hyper sticky claims, right? They haven't been here for a really super long time, right? But is that something that CU can continue to do? And I think we should be pushing our institutions, pushing people that we know that can help with this kind of thing, and saying, are these folks people that you believe should remain based on what they're doing, even if they haven't been here a long time? I was talking to one of the folks in HR about this, who we had worked with our Salvadoran clients, about the Venezuelan TPSers, and I was saying, right, they don't have as much time here. Like, I wonder if we'll be able to convince the university to do the same process for them. And she said, where do they work? I said, they are all custodians. And I was like, and I just worry about like the belonging claims. Again, I'm like sounding like Hiroshi Motomura. I'm like, do they have these strong belonging claims? And she simply said, looked at me, she shrugged, and she goes, we need them, so they belong. And that's another way for us to really expand our thoughts about how we think about the different ways that people can and do belong.
Thanks, Violeta. By the way, I think you see why I said I would hire Violeta as my lawyer immediately. So I want to, we have about 20 minutes. I want to open this up for the panelists to respond to them, to each other. Just some initial thoughts which you can and cannot or don't have to respond to. I think that's the first time somebody's asked an immigration question and then received the answer, and the answer is 5. I really appreciate the specificity. The question I had for you is how numbers matter and whether they matter in thinking about how long people should say when the statute of limitations run, how long we should allow for temporary statuses. the premise of many of those is that these numbers are not going to be in the hundreds of thousands or millions. And so just sort of thinking about the question of scale and how that fits into your thoughts here. For Juliet, I was really curious about like the focusing on administrative laws and compliance. And I wonder, thinking really about some of the thoughts from the first panel as well, is there a way in which that discounts the depth of feeling of some insiders about what membership should be and what their insider status should include? Does it degrade or somehow deteriorate feelings of national importance and what membership means if it becomes a purely administrative concern? For Lisa, I really appreciate the stories. And I know this is a bit of a false choice, but as you were speaking, I was sort of interested in this from the stories that you culled. And if we are living in a political reality in which full status for people with precarious status is unlikely, at least not in the immediate future, what does your research tell you about the choices they would make as between like getting some form of precarious status and perhaps living without status or any type of protection at all? And then Violeta, I love the notion of workers and framing them as workers and the importance of framing in litigation. One of the things two of the thoughts that connected for me in what you were saying is we should ask people if they want to leave, but also with regards to the framing as workers, right? One of the things that struck out to me was that I heard you partially saying if they want to be defined as workers, then perhaps we should lean into how they want to define themselves. And this is just a comment, not really a question. It is interesting. I mean, the question of whether one wants to stay or not, it can be answered in that moment. But I think this is a theme of Hiroshi's work and his book in general, and past work and current, is the question of whether we should allow people to change their minds and to what freedom they should have to change their mind with regards to that question of whether they want to stay or leave. So, you don't have to answer those, but I just wanted to give the panelists a time to respond to each other as well.
Yeah. So I'll answer your question and also say one thing about what Violeta said. I think the numbers of people definitely do matter, and I think this is also something that's in the book. We have to take seriously the kind of social costs of providing humanitarian protection to people. I think those costs are overstated when the federal government totally fails to manage it, like what happened with respect to the Venezuelan refugee situation, and doesn't provide employment authorization quickly, which is something that would have happened if they had designated for TPS earlier and redesignated earlier, and also if they'd done other things. But yes, I do think it matters. I mean, I don't think it particularly matters to the question that I was talking about, because TPS is only for people who are here, right? And so the designation decision has already been made. And when the decision is made to protect people from Venezuela, then you're saying that we're going to protect these people who are already here. So that's baked in already in the initial decision. And obviously they don't have to make that decision. Even if the country's unsafe, they don't have to make it. And that's the nature of the statutory mechanism. So yeah, but I think it matters, and I think it would be, sort of unrealistic, I guess, to not take into account, the possibility of, if 10 million people were, sort of coming to the United States, even for like deeply legitimate and humanitarian reasons, which of course is the reason why anything like that on that scale would happen. To say that it shouldn't be taken into account, I think is a mistake. I think. The other thing briefly I was going to say to Violeta's point about giving people the choice and about your client who decided to leave. I mean, in my experience, both for clients and what I remember from my family, I mean, I feel like if you give people the choice, everyone would take the choice, right? Everybody would say, I'd like to have the ability to be in two places and to pick. And in fact, it's quite common amongst both clients of mine and also, sometimes amongst family members as well. As soon as you get the green card or you get the citizenship, then you might go and take a long time and maybe start even living back and forth, and in some cases go entirely back. And it's the freedom to know that because you have that, you can now leave if things go bad again. That's the thing that you really want more than anything else. It's like the freedom of movement to be able to do that. So I think it is difficult to pick to use that as a metric if we're assuming the model of a state trying to decide whether to, adopt a temporary protection system or not. And then the last thing I would say about that is, like, my parents believed for a long time that the conflict in Sri Lanka would get better, that there would be justice for our people, and they would be able to go back. I mean, they believed that even when we were even in California, when we were in grade school, they really believed that, and I don't remember exactly when it is when it switched over. I obviously wouldn't have asked them that question, but it was like a long time. And, I know Venezuelans who've lived here now for over a decade who really believe that with the U.S. government's help, they're going to overthrow the Maduro regime, bring back a better government in Venezuela, and they're all going to go back. And I don't know, like, maybe they're right. But I also think that over time, as those things change, then, it sort of changes. And I think part of the reality of having a system that is kind of grounded in the truth of the refugee experience is recognizing that people may think that, and it may be very difficult to give that up. At least for me, I don't think you wouldn't want a protection system pegged solely on that anyway. Right?
So interesting. Deep, I love this question because, of course, it goes to the chapter that says, let's take skeptics seriously. Yeah. So Deep's question about whether or not relying on an administrative law or a compliance system, whether or not that would, I'm kind of discounting the feelings of insiders, right? Those who are most concerned about that, protecting that really important sense of nationality. Maybe I have two responses to that. One is I want to make sure that we actually interrogate those insiders' reasons for that feeling, right? Borders, the function of borders, as Hiroshi writes about, is to foster that sense of belonging, but maybe in ways that don't discount humanity and belonging claims, as we've been talking about, but also that doesn't disrespect the claims of other insiders, right? Those who do have a stake in people coming from the outside or remaining here. And in some ways, I think maybe this is less of an enforcement question and more of a question of how we decide who belongs, how large that group is or what criteria we use. And maybe Violeta's example actually is kind of a good one for what I'm trying to lay out here. With the workers who are here and working, in some ways we can kind of see the university's position towards them as being kind of either okay with that liminal status or okay with the risk of enforcement. But then once it was reframed as, as the workers were reframed as workers, as people who actually were valuable to part of the community, helping with the prosperity of the university, then that claim kind of came to the forefront. So maybe it's not so much. So in that situation, what we saw is Violeta turning away from the enforcement model of enforcing immigration law and towards a compliance model, which is let's go to USCIS and let them make the decision about that. So I'm not sure these claims are always in tension with each other. I think maybe there's ways in which we can say this model of enforcing through policing is not working as well in this situation, in situations where we do have belonging claims as an administrative compliance system.
Yeah, thank you for this question. And I feel like there's a theme here in terms of thinking about choice, right? This question of forced migration versus migrating for purposes of choice. And this is something that's in the book in terms of thinking about the ways in which migration cycles have changed as a result of enhanced immigration enforcement, right? What typically had been a cyclical process with people coming to the U.S. for periods of time, usually for purposes of seeking work, and then going home for periods of time, right? That started to become less and less common because people recognize that if they left the U.S., that it would be increasingly difficult, of course, for them to re-enter, right? So it's sort of the irony of how enhanced enforcement has affected those kinds of what had historically been cyclical processes. I think there's also this interesting question, kind of to the points that you were making in terms of the reasons for migration. And thinking about my participants specifically, if they had to sort of choose between, on the one hand, returning to countries of origin where they didn't have a lot of ties, where they acknowledged that their linguistic skills were not up to par, where they had, many of them had college degrees and they didn't really think that they'd be able to apply those, versus staying in the United States in a more, and have a more precarious status here, I I think many would probably choose to stay and sort of live with the consequences of this precariousness, much as they lived prior to getting DACA approval, and much like, you know, their extended family members who are not eligible for this kind of relief or deferred action have had to navigate their entire lives in this country. At the same time, I'm hesitant to say that that would necessarily be the case for all of them, because again, you know, going back to this notion of context mattering, most of the interviews that I conducted I did most of them before DACA was rescinded in 2017. There were only a handful that I interviewed afterwards. And so it was only those that I interviewed afterwards who had to sort of have this change in their own thinking in terms of like, well, now I can be deported, or now my situation is more precarious than it was before. So the fact that they've now lived under, you know, a full Trump administration, a Biden administration, where there was still no, you know, long-term permanent solution for them, and of course now we're back to a second Trump administration. I don't know what the answer would be. I do know that many of them were able to gain status mostly through marriage. I do know a number of the recipients have gone on to have U.S.-born children, right? They're raising families, they're working, they're doing all these things, all of the things that would make their ties to the U.S. much stronger, and maybe make the cost of leaving and going back higher. At the same time, to your point about people choosing to leave, I know that there are increasingly a number of scholars. A friend of mine, Amir Estrada at Arizona State, has been looking into this question of return migration. So it's something that I've been interested in terms of the participants, many of whom were in their early to mid-20s when I was interviewing them, who are now in their mid to later 30s. So their lives have certainly changed. And I'm sure all of these are things that are part of their considerations in terms of what would be their preference in terms of choice to stay or to go.
I appreciate that. And Deep, your sort of final question about people being able to change their mind. We want people to be able to, well, we know that human beings who live in a community and sometimes they begin to set down roots faster than they thought they would. And certainly what felt originally like a temporary time could extend for any number of reasons. And I know that specifically with TPS, I mean, over the years, over the decades that TPS has been around, since 1990, it has periodically come up in Congress about like what to do about these TPS holders, mostly from like El Salvador and Honduras, who'd now been here for over a decade, right? It wasn't temporary anymore. Should we like consider whether or not we offer a potential path to permanency? And that would essentially be checking in with them. That would entail be like, hey, you still want to stay? Right? Are you good to stay? Do you want to stay? If there was a path for you to stay, would you take it? Now, we've never done anything like that. We haven't. We have failed completely to revisit long-standing TPS holders who've been here a long time to figure out what is a way for us to at least offer them the opportunity to normalize their status and have that freedom, like Ahilan said, to leave for longer periods of time and return if they needed to, which was not always at all guaranteed, right, by either TPS or DACA. And so that, I think, is unfortunately made it much more difficult for us to sort of manage a population which sort of stands like sort of in between. It just has no status and has some sort of integration, for example, DACA recipients, right, who are protected by removal, and they're given a work permit and they have a social security number, but they're not given any status at all. Staying in that constant sort of state of uncertainty in the end certainly harms the immigrant. And in the end, it harms us. And I think what we're going to see with the continuing uncertainty around DACA and our utter failure to normalize the status of young people who were brought here, I mean, the DREAM Act has failed at least 19 times. I mean, we can't do it. I'm talking to more and more DACA recipients. One of them a long-term DACA recipient. He's had DACA for 8 years. He has a advanced degree in robotics. He's extraordinary. We would be lucky to continue to keep him. He is facing the imminent loss of his DACA for a particular reason. But he took advanced parole to Mexico City 3 years ago, and he's like, Violeta, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like, me too, I can't stop thinking about Mexico City either. But what he's really thinking is, I'm just gonna go ahead and go. I've had it. And at this point, America has failed to be the place that I thought it would be. And it will be our loss when we lose someone like him, who we have forced to remain in this temporary sort of outsider status for so long, despite all of his efforts to the contrary.
Ahilan, I know you wanted to jump in.
Just something very quickly in support of what Violeta is saying on this last point. The umbrella political organization that represents by far the largest group of TPS holders is called the National TPS Alliance. It's actually the plaintiff in the Venezuela case, but it was started mostly by Central Americans, by Hondurans and Salvadorans. And their core political demand in 2017, which is still their core political demand, is permanent residence. And it's grounded in just all the stuff that you're talking about. And they've done, and we were very clear in litigation that, look, we can't win that. All we can do is, buy you time. But there's just a huge amount of political organizing and hunger strikes in Washington and national bus tours and all of that to the end of saying what we want, what we deserve is permanent residence, which I think is sort of, the answer to the question that you're asking. Kind of.
Yeah.
So I was profligate and asked 4 questions, so I apologize. But we still have some time for questions. Michael, you have I think you have right in front of you, you have Paulina, and then, okay.
So thank you for such a fantastic panel. I feel like I learned so much from everyone. And this question is kind of for Juliet, but I think it touches on what everyone was talking about, because it's about the role of discretion in a practical utopia. And everybody is talking about statuses that have either entirely a discretionary element or in large part a discretionary element. And that's also the part of Hiroshi's book where he engages with discretion. He says this is why discretion is useful and important. And so I'm just curious to what extent, and I've been struggling with this and thinking about the book, so I'm just really curious to hear your input, which is discretion more of a Band-Aid solution, or is it something that we want if we thought our immigration laws were fair and just? And I ask that because, discretion is obviously necessary when you have, like Juliet was talking about, a sort of bubble of immunity around immigration actors and unjust immigration laws, but it also masks a lot of injustice. I've been thinking, I guest taught a class of undergrads about immigration law recently, and I realized all their assigned readings about sort of social movements and immigration law were examples of losses at the Supreme Court where the people got status, right, secretly, via the discretion of the government. And so it's this area that can really mask, the failure of the DREAM Act, right, another example of where discretion sort of filled a gap. So I'm just curious if we had sort of the utopian vision that Hiroshi is ambitiously outlining for us, where would you see discretion? Would we want it? Would we not?
So I'm going to questions for Juliet. Before Juliet answers, Michael, if you could bring the mic to MR. I'm just going to put both questions on the table and then we'll have responses to both, and then we'll go to another break. Yeah, go ahead, MR.
There we go. Okay, cool. So my question's actually kind of related. So specifically, Professor Chapin, you were talking a lot about what we lose if all these people leave. And a lot of what I was thinking about is how President Trump, I don't know if he's even thinking about how these are interacting, but how he's using tariffs and how that's almost driving the migrant force out. And I was just wondering if you guys could speak more about the intersection between those two policies.
Okay, you can start.
Okay, I'll start. I'll try to keep this short because Paulina, I think this discretion question, I struggle with it so much too. And that's partly because discretion is a sword and a shield, right? On the one hand, or maybe it's a two-edged sword, but on the one hand, especially if we provide too much discretion to, rank and file sort of police type officers and also protect them from any kind of, repercussions for acting badly, then discretion gets out of hand. I think that's one of the things that we're really seeing. But I also think that in a compliance regime, administrative agencies do have a lot in place to try to keep their employees, right, administrators, the bureaucrats, from exercising discretion that's too far outside of their their role, what they should be doing. I think if you just to take a really very simple and maybe an applicable example, if a DMV clerk doesn't give you your driver's license, even though you can drive and have all the documents, then they have some discretion, right, to do that, but it's really limited, and the agency makes it that way through creating criteria and through reviews and through saying these are the reasons that you can and cannot exercise this kind of discretion. So DMV clerks don't have a whole lot of discretion, I don't think. But that's, so I think there are ways in which, in a situation where we can hold government officials accountable, then we do want to allow them to exercise the kind of discretion that says, I can take into account these individual circumstances, right, and see and recognize belonging or humanity claims, while at the same time trying to ensure that discretion doesn't go so far that it allows things that we don't want to be part of those decisions, like discrimination, race, gender, etc.
So on MR's question, I don't know if there are panelists who want to respond, or I was going to give Hiroshi the floor for a response. But go ahead, if any of the panelists want to respond.
I think there's just a question of clarification. When you talk about the impact of tariffs, are you talking about that things getting too expensive here so then people decide to return to their countries of origin, or? Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, well, those jobs aren't coming back. We know that globalization has essentially moved, outsourced all kind of manufacturing to the global south from the global north. I took your question a different way, which is thinking about the impact of, for example, trade policies like NAFTA, right, and the impact that it has in countries in the global south. People are no longer able to support themselves for all kinds of reasons, which essentially compels their migration to the U.S., right? I always tend to think of it that way in terms of what are the drivers of migration. But yeah, I mean, that's been an interesting conversation, because anyone who understands these global forces, we're not at a place where we're going to bring back that kind of manufacturing. They're not the kinds of jobs, even if that were to happen, they're not the kind of jobs where people are able to subsist on the wages by performing them. So it's just, clearly there aren't people who are having these conversations about how these things work and how, of course, they relate to things like migration flows and so forth. So it's bizarre.
So we are now 5 minutes over time, which is my fault. And so I will keep my own trains running on time by forcing us to a break. And please join me in thanking these panelists. We're going to have our final set of panelists on the future, possibilities, and taking skeptics seriously on the other side of 10 minutes. Okay, so we're at our panel 3. We've been talking about belonging, we've been talking about staying or leaving, and now we come to reimagining and finding realistic possibilities. And I'm going to go introduce the panelists again in the order in which they'll be speaking. First, we'll have Dr. Daniel Tichenor. He's the Philip H. Knight Chair of Social Science at the University of Oregon's Political Science Department. His areas of study include electoral and presidential politics, civil and social movements, and the impact of immigration and refugee policy has on those. He founded and is the co-director of the Program for Democratic Governance operating out of the Wayne Morse Center for Law and Politics. For his exceptional and innovative teaching, he was recognized in 2020 with the Williams Fellowship. Currently, he's working on a project called Unsettled: Governing Immigration in a Polarized Nation. Next, we'll have Professor Stephen Lee from University of California, Irvine School of Law. Prior to joining UCI, he was a Gray Fellow at Stanford Law School. He clerked for Judge Mary Schroeder on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. His work is at the intersection of immigration and administrative law. and covers such areas as administrative violence and immigration law, and also the food we eat and the people who feed us, an exploration of how the food we consume and the workers who create that food, and how they come into conflict. And then finally, we'll have Cesar, Cuauhtemoc, Garcia, Hernandez. He's a professor of law at The Ohio State University, where he holds the Gregory H. Williams Chair in Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, and will direct the university's Latinx Studies program beginning this summer. His specialty is the intersection of criminal and immigration law, with a significant amount of writing about immigrant incarceration, including his book, Migrating to Prison, and his most recent one, Welcome the Wretched. Is it Welcome the Wretched, right? Welcome the Wretched. So I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, Deep. And thanks to your whole Colorado law team for this. And it's a real privilege to be talking about and engaging with Hiroshi's book today. And I feel like I have so many confessions at the end of the day. The first is, I actually don't have a lot to say about finding realistic possibilities. I'm focused on the last third of the book, but maybe that'll come out along the way. It's actually maybe about challenges to finding realistic possibilities. So more on that in a second. The second thing is, I think I have the dubious distinction of only being the only person using PowerPoint, which is the final confession, which is to tell, is like Dr. Martinez, I think I'm another social scientist crashing your party today. You know, as you've heard today, this book that Hiroshi has written is really an elegant call to face up and reflect carefully and judiciously on critical, timeless questions. Note that Hiroshi doesn't want to provide his own definitive answers. He could, and provide really incisive ones, but that's not his goal. And I'm going to quote, as he said today, let's talk about this fairly and accurately. His is an invitation in this book to engage in small d democratic deliberation rather than dictation surrounding this question. And a crucial illustration of this is, in fact, this chapter that Deep mentioned a moment ago about taking skeptics seriously. In this, Hiroshi is not interested in engaging with demagogues on the issue or knee-jerk nativists, but rather to those who are historically disadvantaged first and foremost, but also to those who are on the losing economic side of globalization writ large. And to flesh this out for a moment, I like putting Frederick Douglass and Hiroshi on the same stream. It seems very fitting, and that is Frederick Douglass captures, you know, the kind of critics, I think, the skeptics who Hiroshi is urging us to engage, because he's very thoughtful on this. So think of Gilded Age America, and here's this famous abolitionist, and he's looking at what's happening in the country, and he says, every hour sees another newly arrived Irish immigrant take a job from a freed slave. You can understand what frustration he's talking about there. At the very same time, though, what's critical to know was that as much as Douglass was deeply concerned about the inequalities involved in terms of Irish immigrants getting ahead of those who were born here of a different complexion, he was equally vociferous in defending the Chinese on the West Coast against the kind of violence and exclusions that they were facing. So what's striking is here's somebody who, on numbers, is urging less so that there's a greater equality for those here, and at the same time has is encouraging broad rights for everyone already here. By the way, someone invoked Denmark earlier in the thing. Denmark, this is, you know, social democracy. This is what David Leonhardt, if you've been reading New York Times Magazine and others, talks about a lot. One thing to emphasize on this, by the way, because again, going back to numbers and rights, Denmark is pushing for fewer rights, but it's not in the Michael Walzer sense of just self-determination for this robust welfare state. But what's equally critical is this idea of lower numbers, but also providing really broad supports for the non-citizens in Denmark in terms of integration. So this brings me to, I think it's helpful to think along two dimensions on this issue. And I think when Hiroshi was talking about different groups, I think this captures at least in some ways some of the different camps that have long existed in American politics, and this centuries-long debate that we have had on migration. And so think along two dimensions. The first is on immigrant numbers. Should we have more or less? And where would one locate themselves on this? And then same thing with immigrant rights. And when you think about this, then it's less, blue versus red, and more these different interesting camps. And so Frederick Douglass, you could describe as in the social democratic camp. The border hawks are pretty straightforward of wanting fewer numbers and limited rights. The cosmopolitans, expansive rights and expansive admissions. And finally, those who are kind of the free marketeers wanting lots of numbers. Bring us workers, not people, though, right? Okay. So what's striking is that here we get to the challenges to coming up with the possibilities and the challenges to the small d kind of deliberation, this let's talk approach that I think is, there's two key challenges I want to talk about in contemporary American politics that make this extremely arduous, if not a pipe dream in a lot of ways. The first is partisan polarization, and the second is the rise of the imperial presidency. I'm going to talk about actually two imperial presidencies. The first has to do with something that Juliet has and many others have talked about, which is crimmigration. That is the enormous amounts of power that contemporary presidents have over immigration governance. The second is a different parallel stream, which is the crisis presidency. That is the enormous prerogative power that executives have had. And I will close in 5 minutes on how Trump 2.0 represents a fusion of both of these things. So I'll go through this quickly. There's a quick, I don't have time to unpack these a lot because I'm going to dash. But this is a graph that captures platform and convention positions of each of the parties. And you can see when they were more heterogeneous that they were often in the same neck of the woods, and it just grows over time. But this captures it pretty dramatically. So 1973-74, this is in the House of Representatives. What these bars capture is in the middle are those areas where Democrats and Republicans voted together. Okay, 73-74, about a third of the time. 97-98, moving apart. 2007-2008, and if we did it now, it would be way past deep and that curtain, and then maybe out that window on that direction. Okay. What this has meant is that comprehensive immigration reform, any kind of significant reform, is like waiting for Godot, never going to arrive, or at the very least, incredibly arduous to achieve. So I have examples of 2005, 2007, 2013. There's a gang of 8, interesting group of folks to see together, right? There's our Secretary of State, for instance. So what's the impact of this? And Hiroshi spends time thinking about how policy, or wants us to think about, who makes policy, who gets to decide, and so forth. But the consequences of congressional gridlock, which of our national institutions where you're going to find the most deliberation, is going to be in Congress. But in fact, you have executive unilateralism, immigration federalism, and the courts playing a more significant role. And just to emphasize the first imperial presidency really briefly, here's just a few snapshots. Most of you know this, so it's good that I only have like 2 minutes left because it captures a lot of this. So, things like the amount of money we put into militarizing the border, into the private detention industry, and so on and so forth. But here is a memo that I found at the Clinton Library soon after the crime bill passed, talking about, hey, crimmigration, they didn't use that term, but the idea of focusing on expanding the definitions of criminal alien and also expanding detentions and removal and so forth is a great political strategy. You want to know who wrote this? Any guess, by the way? Rahm Emanuel. And so one version of this we see with President Obama, who tried to thread the needle, or a different version would be he starts as the deporter-in-chief and then becomes DACA president, right? Now, switching gears to second imperial presidency, I don't have time to go through this slide at all, so you have to read fast.
Dan, you're clearly not a law professor because you're sticking to the time, but if you need another minute,
that's right. I'm also a congressional scholar. When that red light goes off, you got to stop. Anyway, so, but in any case, think of Article 2 of the Constitution and its ambiguity. So any of us who are presidency scholars talk about all the silences in the vesting clauses of Article 2 compared to Articles 1 and 3. Or, especially when it comes to prerogative power, John Locke really is the author of that conception, right? About not just that an executive, on behalf of the well-being of the public, to keep it safe and to ensure its well-being, can act where the laws are silent, but even against it. But crucially for Locke, the public and the legislative collective was ultimately to decide and exercise retrospective judgment later. And then Lincoln, Korematsu, Robert Jackson on the loaded weapon sitting on the Oval Office desk. So clearly what we've seen also at the same time as the outsized role that continues gathering in terms of executive power in immigration governance over the last century, certainly the last quarter century, you also see steadily from total wars like World War I, World War II, and onward to present, where we're almost in perpetual national security state mode, the enormous powers presidents can claim in terms of crisis and keeping us safe. And I will close by saying that you see these fused together in Trump 2.0. I've written a lot about the Alien Enemies Act. I won't talk about it now, but it's a perfect illustration of this in both of these imperial presidencies, to the extent that this is where we are with Khalil and Garcia. Thank you.
Stephen.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Hiroshi, for giving us a reason to get together and talk about your books and these really important ideas. And thank you to Deep and Lindley and everyone else at CU for actually making this happen. So I guess I want to start from a kind of empirical data, set empirical observations that I think many of us focus on when we think about ways to justify more expansive immigration policies. So I think most people know that 11 million people are unauthorized immigrants in the U.S., and of that population, 2/3 have been in the U.S. for more than a decade. So that's like a lot of time spent in the U.S., a lot of birthdays in the U.S., a lot of maybe funerals in the U.S., or marriages, weddings, and graduations and the like spent in the U.S. without any opportunity to regularize. And I say that because I am, like Hiroshi, at a school that's a public university in California with a lot of students who are maybe not just first generation, but coming from mixed status families or maybe themselves unauthorized. And so I teach immigration law to these students, and I'm trying to find ways to explain the law in terms that map onto their lives. And that empirical data is always a starting point, but then I inevitably lose them because when you talk about kind of conventional understandings of immigration law, the idea is that, well, time spent in the U.S. is valuable because it leads to some recognition of attachment. That attachment can be in terms of, again, family members and work, all the things we talked about earlier. And I guess what I want to do in thinking about reform and reform possibilities and taking the other side seriously, I want to pick up on something that I think Violeta mentioned earlier about sort of just asking immigrants and non-citizens what they think, what they want, and really having a conversation that recognizes the experiences of people who have been the targets of a lot of these laws. And specifically, that question comes in the context of arguments for inclusion based on time spent in the U.S., what I call a kind of attachment principle. Okay, so that's my wind-up. Now, I should say there are lots of laws that recognize this. I mean, cancellation is the obvious one. Registry is one. I know Hiroshi mentions it in his book. The DREAM Act and Deferred Action have some element of continuous presence and time spent, extreme hardship waivers, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there's a lot of intuitive sense in terms of focusing on time spent in the U.S. because it's both a kind of measure of belonging, but also a metric for punishment. I mean, Juliet here, I know, has talked about the way time operates as a metric of punishment, the way immigration law overvalues single moments in time, single moments where a non-citizen may have been convicted of something that leads to a disproportionate outcome in terms of removal permanently. Adam Cox, who is not here, but he's also written about how maybe part of the problem is having just permanent expulsion. Maybe we could think about things like conditional or temporary expulsion, sort of playing with the idea of time to bring immigration law in line with people's experiences. Now, time is a significant theme in Hiroshi's book, especially in chapters 4 and 5, part 2 of it. And I just want to build out on that idea because he really grapples with this idea of what he calls temporary and I think importantly, not permanent, but indefinite migrants. Because I think that's the key part is that people come here and it's not really clear how long people can stay here, even if they have LPR status. And the piece that I really want to introduce and something that I've learned through, again, just engaging with my students, but then also in kind of the broader empirical literature, is the idea that time operates within very specific historical moments and that it's not just time that matters, but actually being a part of a temporal cohort.
So again, I think again earlier today in passing, Hiroshi mentioned about 2015 as a turning point in the way that we understood rights because of the reasons people were coming to the U.S. I think a kind of exigency or a set of crises that happened that really fundamentally changed people's relationship to the U.S. And I would say that that is a significant moment that created a whole new temporal cohort. In other words, like people were experiencing the U.S. differently after 2015 than prior to that, both, I think, citizens and non-citizens. And it really ties into this idea of immigrant subjectivity. Nina Rabin, also at UCLA, had written a really, I thought, a really helpful article about second wave dreamers. So like dreamers, I think, are a pretty salient political category, but dreamers from early generations are very different from the dreamers today who are facing a much more punitive environment, a much more openly xenophobic environment, one where, again, criminal law and criminal actors reach much more deeply into immigrant communities. So, I find that to be helpful because these categories are seemingly stable, but actually the subjective experience of moving through them is very different depending on when you came into the U.S. or what you experienced in the U.S. So that brings us back to the idea of attachment. And I guess I say attachment is useful, but also feels a little bit inauthentic or odd when you think about all the ways that U.S. society, through laws and different institutions, actively try to make people not form attachments. So in other words, like if you look at someone who spent 5 years in the U.S., I think I like the idea of the exercise of thinking about what years matter, but 5 years today feels different than 5 years 20 years ago. It's almost like you're aging in dog years. If you've made it 5 years in the U.S. as a non-citizen and have not, been arrested by the police or harassed by the police or fallen off some path that you're on, that means more now than I think it did in years past because of the kind of intensification that's happened in enforcement apparatus throughout our society. So I just say that to say that I think that as we think about attachment, we need a little bit more of a kind of historically precise set of principles to guide the discussion. Okay, so then as I think about then how to apply this, I want to pick up on this other theme that is in Hiroshi's book. So he talks about temporary versus indefinite migrants, but also this kind of larger question of who should get in and who should be kept out. And here I want to tie this to an idea that he developed earlier in, I think, his last book, where he talked about the idea of, or the importance of birthright citizenship, or how we try to theorize it or justify it. And specifically, he observed that it's a really important idea when you're trying to be in a country or govern in a country that's both committed to equality but then also embraces borders, so that someone who's a newcomer or a non-citizen may not get all the sort of fruits of inclusion and being a sort of insider, but at least birthright citizenship ensures some degree of stability for future generations to get that benefit. It's like a compromise. And I think that's important because it helps show that time spent in the U.S. operates not in the abstract, but through very specific institutions. So just to talk about some of the ideas, I guess what I want to do is push further with this and say that it's not just that people spend time and live in the U.S. through institutions, but they actually also change them, and they are also changed in return. Let me just give you two examples. So one is, I think in the book you talk about families and workers, which is, I think, a sensible set of categories given the way our immigration code works and how they allocate visas. But it's also important to note that families are operating on a set of normative ideals that can be a little different in the immigration context. I've also written about, immigrant children or children of immigrants as having to take on a lot more adult-like responsibilities in ways that children in native-born households don't. And again, they're families, they're sort of ostensibly obvious categories, but I think that the immigration experience can change the way that people negotiate those sorts of relationships, and can also change family dynamics as well. I think there's a really interesting set of ideas developing in what I call queer migration literature as well, that sort of challenging this idea that families and time operates linearly. It's actually much more about a cyclical engagement, maybe even like, and here I want to pause because I always fear when I talk about this with people that I'm going to be like devolving into like season 1 True Detective, time is a flat circle kind of thing. And I promise you, it's not just me pontificating about time, because it's really rooted in the kind of everyday experiences of migrants today in this kind of precarity. But it's a very disruptive kind of experience. It doesn't map onto, I think, dominant ideals. The other piece I'll say is about workers. again, I think as we all know, and this is not a new idea, but I think it's one that's worth reiterating. So much of immigration law in the workplace doesn't even operation as immigration law. It's not really deterring people. It's actually operating as a labor law. It's actually operating as a kind of affirmative defense for employers to get out from underneath, really horrible working violations. So I just find that, again, there's a way that workers' experiences are violated, and for that reason, thinking about ways to use law, I was really excited about deferred action being expanded beyond charter arrivals to the labor enforcement, the DALE, the DALE program, which at least last time I checked is still maybe not active, but has not been terminated yet under Trump. So I find that an example of how immigration categories then can be manipulated and engaged and expanded. Anyway, I just found that to be really exciting. Okay, I have 35 seconds left. I'm going to try to finish on this point, and that is, I think this idea of temporal cohorts is really important, not just for us thinking about how to reform immigration law, but also as immigration teachers and scholars and mentors. I'll say that for me, going to law school in the years 2002, 2005 was a huge part of my identity formation experience. It was right after 9/11. It was with the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's not surprising. And it was involving the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. So it's not surprising that many of my classmates and I focus on questions related to executive power, related to agency power, bureaucracy, reorganization, and for all those reasons, I think that this generation of lawyers, maybe if there's only one thing I can say that I'm looking forward to on a daily basis, is seeing how my students react to this administration. I think this book is an important resource because it helps provide a vocabulary for my students and myself to engage in conversations of reconciliation and reform, but also I would hope as well ability to engage in resistance. This is that kind of temporal cohort that I'm excited about. It's a chance to not just be depressed and sad, but actually to be empowered and to push back in this moment in time. Thank you.
Cesar.
Great. So thank you so much, Deep, for the invitation to be here, and to Lindley for actually making it happen, and especially to Hiroshi for giving us the opportunity to gather yet again for another one of his books. So I'm going to focus on the border part of borders and belonging, and start off by stating what's probably the obvious point to a group of people gathering in a space like this, which is that borders do not exist from time immemorial. Rather, borders, they're created. They're fictions that are imagined onto geography, and then law imbues them with some kind of meaning. In the United States, as in other countries that recognize some kind of some form of jus soli citizenship, the imagine line that constitutes the nation-state border spells the start, or maybe the end, of citizenship as well. But of course, that's significant, of course. But the border does much more than that. And here, let me just borrow from page 18, where Hiroshi writes, "National borders often mark off lawless zones or zones of exception," hearkening to Agamben. To immigration law scholars, border exceptionalism is well understood, this sort of zone of exception, as Hiroshi describes it. It means that freedom of mobility is constrained because immigration checkpoints dot northbound highways. It means that Border Patrol agents do not have to follow the same Fourth Amendment requirement of individualized suspicion that applies to law enforcement officers in every other part of the United States. It means that in the name of border security, U.S. law enforcement officers, or sometimes troops, can fire their guns with deadly accuracy and get away with it, whether the person who is killed is 16-year-old Jose Antonio Elena Rodriguez, a Mexican citizen standing on Mexican territory,
or whether the person who is killed is 18-year-old Ezequiel Hernandez, a U.S. citizen standing in U.S. territory. To courts, these are permissible deviations from the norm. In a 2020 case involving yet another teenager killed near the national border by Border Patrol agents, the Supreme Court wrote, "We presume that Border Patrol policy and training incorporate the executive's understanding of the Fourth Amendment's prohibition of unreasonable seizures." We presume that they do. This time, it was 15-year-old Sergio Adrián Hernández Huereca, as he ran from one side of the concrete culvert that spans El Paso and Ciudad Juárez in the full light of day, as pedestrians watched and recorded his death. Leaving Sergio's killer beyond the law, the Supreme Court lamented the large volume of illegal cross-border traffic and cited to statistics about people and drugs, cocaine, methamphetamines, and marijuana. The same marijuana sold all around this campus, around this city, and around this state. But unlike the bounds of these communities, at the national border, law enables fantasies. The fantasies that somehow, in some way, state violence, maybe in the form of boots on the ground, maybe in the form of walls that point toward the sky, maybe drones that are flying above, in the air above, or sensors, electronic sensors that are buried beneath the soil. Somehow, these forms of state violence, perhaps individually or perhaps collectively, will somehow miraculously stop migration. Despite the national border having become the site of a policing fetish, followed by the poorly justified law of, or rather buttressed by the poorly justified law of border exceptionalism, pointing to the kinds of illegality that are found in every community throughout the United States, Hiroshi is correct to reject calls to end national borders. He writes, "Being so absolutist about national borders that the only arguments are for all or for nothing is likely to lead to nothing," writes on page 161. Well, I agree that these cannot be the only two options, but I disagree that embracing one or the other of these two options, for all or for nothing, is likely to lead to nothing, because the deaths of children like Toñito and Ezequiel and Sergio surely are not nothing. And so perhaps as we move forward, as Hiroshi's conclusion urges, it is necessary that we reimagine reality, as the title of this session urges. Borders exist in many forms, Hiroshi writes. National borders, of course, but borders also exist across states. They distinguish culture, they distinguish economic activity, and language. Does anyone listen to Tom Homan speak, for example? Borders, though, also distinguish what is lawful in one political community versus another. In Colorado, you can buy marijuana. Now you can possess psychedelic mushrooms. In Oregon as well, I think. Across the state line in Kansas, you can be convicted of a felony for either of those. In New Mexico, you can get an abortion. In Texas, next door, you can be prosecuted for helping someone else get one. From 21st century alien land laws that bar Chinese migrants from owning real property in much of Florida, to open access to driver's licenses regardless of immigration status in about 16 or so states, the examples are many. Federalism clearly is alive and well, and it's creating fertile soil in which to plant seeds of reimagined realities. So rather than try to hold back the state-level democratic experimentation that Louis Brandeis imagined, we might do well to more seriously explore the fissures of existing immigration law, just as, say, Greg Abbott has done, along with his buddy Ken Paxton, in the great state of Texas, launching an $11 billion border fortification and policing campaign that taps constitutional law, criminal law, administrative law. You remember when Paxton was going after all those NGOs about a year ago? And immigration law. There's nothing fantastical about Operation Lone Star. There's nothing theoretical about Operation Lone Star. It is as real as the concertina wire that state troops have stretched along the Rio Grande River. Likewise, without touching the sanctity of the national border, we might do well to query the possibilities ready to sprout within sub-federal citizenship. Might there be rights and privileges of citizenship that attach to the streets that we walk, the places where we see our neighbors, and where we remember community cycles of vitality and struggle, not at all abstractly as news stories about events that happen somewhere else, and not at all as history, but concretely in the forms of parks that we visit and backyard parties that we attend. Right now, federalism is being deployed like a spear. The borders of states are signaling who does not belong, leaving the question of who does belong only to the federal government, and as illustrated by Trump's birthright citizenship executive order, the federal government is now prone to justifications as indefensible as those underlying the law of border exceptionalism that seeks to protect and invigorate the national border. This is immigration policy, alongside policies toward migrants, and it is profoundly unfair. Without a countervailing effort to harness the power of a nation state comprised of multiple competing sovereigns, we risk allowing the national border to expand far beyond its geographic limit, and we risk ceding belonging to an ever smaller pool of people. And as someone who fears that he may be written out of belonging, this seems like the perfect time to begin reimagining reality, reimagining borders, and reimagining belonging. So thank you, Hiroshi, for the opportunity to do so.
Okay, so as I've done in the past, I want to give the panelists an opportunity to respond to each other if you want, and some thoughts or questions if you're interested as well. Dan, as interested in you were talking about the crisis presidency, which I assume is also, it's a bipartisan phenomenon, right? The crisis presidency. And so maybe just to ask you, why are we so seduced by that narrative? And how is there any possibility that you can see in your work of getting beyond that sort of framing of the crisis presidency, or is it a one-way ratchet of crisis all the time? A point that Hiroshi made also in his keynote speech. And I also wanted to invite you, if you wanted to say more about the Alien Enemies Act, I'm sure people would be interested. Stephen, I did write as you were speaking, this is your turn as Matthew McConaughey. And so I am really interested, I thought that your framing of the circularity of time, and we shouldn't think about it that way. It all sounds right. It sounds interesting to me. But then I keep asking, how do you actually sell that in some realistic or possible way in which people can understand what that means? I mean, when I remember watching season 1 of True Detective and being seduced by the way in which Matthew McConaughey said that, and then thinking a minute later, I have no idea what that means. So I'm asking you, how exactly do we operationalize that? Cesar, really interesting sort of, when you say reimagine reality, right, suggests that reality currently is not what, we have to reimagine it, and here your reimagining forces us to look in a place that Paulina had suggested earlier, at the local. So I'm just curious, are we romanticizing the local, and do we lose something when we don't try and focus on the national and try and come back to the local? And I ask that really agnostically. A lot of my work has said that perhaps we should return to state and local forms of membership, but I am interested in your thoughts on that. But I want you guys to respond to each other, and if any of those questions tickle your fancy, to respond to those as well.
I guess I'll jump in first. On the prerogative presidency, I mean, when you're looking at the era when, in Lincoln in the Civil War, Woodrow Wilson, World War I, FDR, World War II, there are these temporal boundaries around it about how much the warrants for power and the general perception of emergency. But obviously, as the national security state grows, and as Mary Duziak writes in a book called Wartime, we end up in more and more perpetual wars. And so therefore, every day is a day of crisis or emergency if you're an executive, because it then gives you this license. So then when you're asking Deep about that's almost immaterial, because it's the prerogative is then whoever is president gets to claim it as such. And, so the Alien Enemies Act is I think, a good exemplar of all of this, right? Because, prior to this administration, it's really used in three periods, at least associated with three wars, which is Madison, the War of 1812, which is always ironic because he was opposed to the Alien and Sedition Acts, but he used it. And it had some effects. It was really focused on British nationals, but it wasn't about their removal. It was about having to report things and not have, guns and such. And then you fast forward to World War I, and it becomes it becomes more draconian. And so Wilson's imposing it against those who are foreign nationals from the Central Powers, mostly Germans, but also some Bulgarians and Austrians and so forth. And it leads to 3,000 facing detention and relocation and so forth, along with lots of regulations on all foreign nationals of German descent and so forth in terms of registering and so forth. World War II, it then becomes, actually only a slice was used on Japanese non-citizens. It's actually Executive Order 9066, a different version of prerogative power, which was responsible for the vast majority of Japanese internment. But it ends up leading to, I think the numbers like in the area of around 14,000 Italians, Germans, and others who are also interned during the war. But the impositions also are like everyone has to be who's non-citizen from those Axis powers, descent, have to be fingerprinted and so on and so forth. But the key thing is they're all actually hot wars. Fast forward to present, and President Trump says this is a war. Well, actually, the arcana of the law has these ambiguities in it, which is why a variety of folks, including the ACLU, have been advocating for a long time for its repeal. It never quite got repealed. And so it's always dangling there. There's Jackson's loaded weapon. Well, that's one version of it. And it's been, thus appropriated right now. And then the claim obviously is because it has to, going back to Article 2 in the law's notion, is either in response to an active total war or repelling a foreign attack. And so hence that's the notion that, the Venezuelan government is controlled by drug cartels and they are actively sending folks and such. And so, the problem is a lack of restraints, right? I mean, Lincoln's fascinating because he exercised so much self-restraint in lots of ways. Talk about the forgotten virtues of restraint. And that's rare to see among any contemporary president, Democratic or Republican. Obama had some, we could talk about that, but also went way beyond. So that's a stab at your question.
Thank you.
Great. So you were asking about time, and I'll say that for the last couple of years, I've been reading a lot about time, which is maybe a statement can only be uttered by a tenured professor. But, so obviously time is a natural phenomenon, but it's also a legal construction. That was one of the large takeaways that I have sort of landed on and really thought about. So in this other paper I'm writing, I think about the different ways that time operates as a kind of, for example, tool of coordination among disparate legal institutions. So if you think about immigrants who move between criminal and civil, federal, state institutions, the person doesn't go, but the record does. And so you need data points that are easy to sort of ingest and then spit back out. And like time is like maybe the best bureaucratic task because it's seemingly objective. It happened at a certain point, and you could just easily slot someone or categorize someone based on that. Much harder, for example, to categorize whether or not someone is an aggravated felon based on qualitative analyses. That's a very hard question. But you know when something happened, you know, like how soon they arrived, how long after they arrived they were convicted of something. So, you know, there's a bureaucratic function to time. Okay. For purposes of your question, though, Deep, I think that the legal construction point is important in terms of time credits. So that, like, if you separate the lived experience of time versus the credit you get, that's when you start to see real inequalities and the injustice that materializes. So, for example, there's a really relevant case from this area, Jorge Zaldivar, who is a local, originally from Mexico, married a U.S. citizen, sort of been back and across to the border a few times, and he applied for cancellation and needed to show 10 years continuous presence in the U.S. He had claimed to have been here more than 12 years, but he couldn't get the start date for the first couple of years. Why? Because he's undocumented, he was off the radar, he had nothing to show for it. So the government actually wouldn't give him credit until like a later date. So then he still would have had 10 years, but then at a certain point the government issued an NTA, which then stopped the clock. And that eventually got litigated, that issue got litigated at the Supreme Court, got resolved in Ms. Chavez versus Garland, where the government's method of issuing notice was so faulty, it was just so perfunctory as to gaining an advantage that the Supreme Court invalidated it. So eventually he got the full 10 years credit. But I think that case nicely illustrates the way that time is a legal construction, maybe not a flat circle, but definitely a legal construction. And so to like go to some of the questions that Hiroshi raises in the book, you know, in terms of like the details of temporary versus indefinite, like I would like, you know, the numbers matter, but also the number of years for which people get credit matter. Like if people just got more credit for the time they spent, I feel like a lot of the problems that I care about would go away. And I think thinking about time as a legal construction can help do that.
Thanks. Also, the answer is 5.
Yeah. In dog years.
In dog years, yeah.
Are we romanticizing the local? Absolutely, yeah. We're talking about democracy. If you're not romantic, what are you doing? This is like the messiest, most inefficient form of self-governance. It's made for romantics. If we don't have, at the moment that we start sort of pushing romantics out of the conversation about how to govern small d democratic communities, then I think it's at that point that we've just sort of effectively thrown up our hands and said, well, we're not doing this anymore. I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I love it. Let me open it up for questions out here. Rhea, you have right behind you.
Thank you, everyone, for this really fascinating discussion. I'm wondering, and this brought up for me, like why there has been such a political hurdle to align our immigration laws with our societal sense of belonging. Why are we not extending cancellation? Why do we not have protection, permanent protection for DACA, TPS, people who have integrated themselves in our society, in our economy? And what is the nature of those hurdles that we're facing to really get those two things aligned?
I'm looking at you because you're a political scientist.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the quick answer I'd give is the base of each party and the demagogues atop. That's right. At least for my. So, even now, after the 2024 election, even now when the Trump administration still has high ratings on migration stuff compared to tariffs, you still see polling that, I don't know if anyone wants to trust in polls anymore, but I like Pew polls. They're not bad. I don't know if anyone looked at the recent Pew poll on specifically these questions of the deportations that have taken place. And you see things like 78% of Americans saying if somebody has been even, whatever status they are, if they're married to an American citizen, 78% said they should not be removed. And you can see numbers like that. So it goes to your point about people have a sense of attachment, belonging, time, and so forth. It's in, and even some of the same polls where people saying like, build the wall, mass deportation, and then you look at it further, and they're actually very pro, and I can give these examples of where it cuts actually exactly the other direction, which reminds me when National Council of Raza, going back to their first incarnation, was doing a lot of focus grouping in the 90s and early 2000s. They would do these focus groups, and depending on the framing, they would get different answers. And so that's why I think part of this, so that's the top down. The bottom up part is in the base is the base of the Republican Party over the last 20 years has very much been kind of shaped by the rise of these kind of anti-immigrant movements, from FAIR and Numbers USA to a host of others. And so they have it just like in our primaries, they have, you know, an oversized role in shaping the choices of House members and presidential candidates, such that it doesn't represent that larger set of Americans on this question. And the way I think Hiroshi is inviting that kind of larger discussion. And I think these sort of partisan flags we fly under really stand in the way of that kind of capacious deliberation.
So that same Pew study or survey, it also said that 16% of U.S. adults say that no one should be deported. No one, right? They are deportation abolitionists. They may not use the phrase, but that's what they are. So I read that. And as somebody who regularly advocates for not deporting anyone, right? My last book was about how we shouldn't use criminal history to, you know, decide who gets to live in the U.S. I was flabbergasted at the number. Like, oh my God, like there's like other people out there. I would have guessed like, I don't know, like 0.16%, right?
Exactly.
So like one way I think about your question is like, why is there like this disparity between the politics, right, of especially at the national level, and all of these surveys, all these polls, all of these sort of anecdotal stories you have from all over the country, right, where people rally around the person who's being targeted, right? And I think that's because it's very easy to embrace the neighbor, the person who you know, and and just as easy to exclude the other, right? The person who you don't know. And so we see this what appears from afar to be a contradiction. When in reality, I think it's super logical that you have over communities of people or communities that are comprised of people who care deeply about their friends and neighbors and coworkers, right? Who also support politicians and elected officials who are rapidly xenophobic, right? Because they're focused on somebody else being the target, the danger, the fear, right? And not the people who they know and care about deeply and would go to extreme lengths and sometimes do to help them. And that's, you know, that's I think a dichotomy that we've been seeing all throughout the country for quite some time.
Thanks, everyone. It's super interesting. I have a quick question for Daniel and for Cesar. Question for Daniel is, there have been 2 lawsuits recently about challenging the tariffs, arguing that they're not consistent with the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, which is one of these permanent prerogative, statutory regimes that you're talking about. And I wonder if you think, one is by California, the other's by a group tied to the Koch brothers, as I understand it. Wondering if you think there's any opportunity there, and if that could lead to a limitation on the prerogative presidency, at least in this context, and if so, like, could it spread given how unpopular tariffs are and all that? My question for Cesar is, I'm also a big believer in decentralizing. We should have state and local immigration policy more and less federal immigration policy and all that. How do you see the path there? Like, do you think there's any, you just kind of hinted at this, and I wonder if you could say more about this. Like, do you think there's like ways to get there, or anything more you would say about how to like kind of operationalize it, or other things that would moves that could actually be politically viable. And then also, is there anything in this moment, again, where if the administration appears to be overreaching and there might become popular or greater kind of support for the view that they're overreaching in this moment, could that give openings to that? And if so, like what might like that look like?
So thanks. Yeah, I mean, so the first question about the Gavin Newsom when he's not on a podcast, right? And so, yeah, I mean, obviously there's a potential opening, but we'll have to see. And you know, something that's akin to that is again, you could see a slight hint of something when the Senate had a bipartisan group that also wanted to push back, at least on certain aspects, a particular slice on the tariffs. So part of it is like, we don't have a crystal ball. I certainly don't. So we don't really know. I mean, a big part of this actually is, first, what's SCOTUS willing to do? And so we have that 9-0 decision. I'm circling back to the Alien Enemies Act, but it obviously had the two off ramps in its language. So it was facilitate, but didn't have effectuate in there, right? And the second part was like, well, and also be cautious not to mess with the foreign relation part of it. So what's going to be in the ping pong match? What's going to be next, right? So the first part of it is like, what is the court willing to lay out, either on these tariff cases or on ultimately how this plays out with the Alien Enemies Act, both for Khalil and the Venezuelans and so forth. So that's the first part of it. But then the second part is the obvious question of, Alexander Hamilton saying, which branch is the most likely to be overawed? The judiciary, right? Because you don't have your own army to enforce these things. And so it's the whole, apocryphal Andrew Jackson response to Worcester v. George kind of thing. So that's the second part of it. I mean, Trump has said he will respect the Supreme Court's decision. He obviously has no respect for anyone lower than that. But then the other part of it, and the reason I invoked on the tariffs the Senate is, are there any tipping points? Right now we have unified, control of Congress and the presidency in terms of party control. But at what point do we see people peeling off? So, yeah. I wish I had, 2020 vision into the future, but I think we're doing a lot of guesswork on it.
He also respects Eileen Cannon.
Yeah.
The judge in Florida.
He really does.
Thinks you can keep secrets in bathrooms. So any paths or any movement happening? Yeah, I think there is. And I think a lot of it is really, really scary. And it's happening now. So I'll respond sort of policy and then the doctrinal part of this. So one way is the executive sort of just adopts a policy of being more welcoming toward local, right, sub-federal experimentation. I could take all kinds of forms. Anything from just a clear articulation of a willingness to have states and localities adopt kinds of policies that the Justice Department isn't going to challenge. I say, we are open to formal requests for waivers, or at the very least, we are uninclined to expend our prosecutorial resources going after this kind of thing. We see waivers like this kind of thing happen in all kinds of other contexts, right, that aren't immigration. EPA does this kind of thing all the time. And I think that the Trump administration is showing us an example of it right now. All of that litigation, all of the preemption lawsuits that were filed by the Biden administration against places like Iowa, Florida, some other states, I think Arkansas, over their own state level immigration policies, immigration laws. The DOJ under Trump has said, we're not interested in pursuing these. Right? So those are starting to go into effect. And we're seeing that happening just really, really as recently as yesterday. Is the last time I saw the Eighth Circuit say we're going to vacate our prior decision affirming injunction, the district court injunction, right? So those laws are starting to go into effect because of a policy by the Trump administration that says we're welcoming this kind of experimentation. Doctrinally, Dobbs is a game changer. And that's the abortion decision. History and tradition in the United States, right, is one in which the first century shows us no shortage of subfederal regulation of migration. And has some of that been supplanted by the 14th Amendment? Yeah, sure. A lot of it, I'd say, is supplanted more squarely by the INA. Statutes, of course, come and go and can be amended fairly easily, at least in comparison to the Constitution. So I think there is a lot of wiggle room, and I think the right is really moving in that direction. These questions of invasion go back to an era in which the United States looked wholly different than it does now, right? And yet, Judge Ho on the Fifth Circuit says that's the right period of time that we ought to be looking at. And so I think that kind of radical reimagining is happening, and it is happening entirely from people who want to make life worse for migrants.
Hi, I'm going to try to formulate this as a question. I'm just fired up. So I work for the state government, and so while I think there are state and local solutions, and while in Colorado I feel like we've moved forward a lot of good things for our immigrant community, have we given up wholeheartedly on Congress to do anything positive for our immigrants? I just feel like I want so much more for our communities. I want permanent solutions. I want to abolish the substandard form of treatment for our community members, for our neighbors, for our friends, for our families. That it just pisses me off. Like, if it's not working, like, shouldn't we, like, why is this, again, I'm trying to formulate the question, why is this executive power, why is the president going unchecked when there were three branches of government intended to check each other? So I guess if you have any thoughts on that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, so, and I think most of us, right, who teach and study immigration would say, comprehensive immigration reform is quixotic. It's been so long, but of course it's not technically impossible, right? I mean, and folks who did, I mean, one thing that has been the case throughout history is for any kind of real major, meaningful reform, it's always been hard. Long before we had the current polarization, it's always been something that's taken a long time. And so you could look at the 65 Act, you could look at 1986, like all these things had a long trajectory. And if you asked, the late Senator Alan Simpson or Ted Kennedy, they both said that, when they were pushing through their reforms, the metaphor they used was that they were wheeling a corpse out of the Senate, that it was going to be the seventh time that reform had failed. But like Lazarus, it came back from the dead at the very end and started to twitch. And the point behind that is it's not like the stars can't align, and it's not like constituents shouldn't put pressure on to see these kind of changes. And it's not that there aren't members of Congress who are very passionate like you are to see some real change that's meaningful that might happen on this. But it is the case that, and I had a picture of the Gang of Eight. When's the last time we've seen a gang of anyone working together on stuff? And what we did see was Lake and Riley, right? That had bipartisan, right? Because Democrats want to be able to show, just like the crime bills, we can be tough on crime, we can be tough, we can be hawkish on foreign policy. We also can make sure we're into border security. But the kind of reform we're talking about is actually reaching real compromise. So, I mean, overall, I think we can't give up hope because a democracy requires us to be angry and also to be activated and to continue to put on pressure. But unfortunately, where we are in terms of the partisan breakdowns on this, and because we have a filibuster and a supermajority, we're kind of stuck. I mean, the one thing I'll throw out really quickly is if you look at the Biden administration, most people would say, well, that it was politically an utter disaster for him. This issue was. And clearly by 24, he had lost. And no matter what he was going to say, no matter how much they, bubble wrapped Kamala to say the right things, it wasn't going to work. The polls showed that. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the Biden administration in 2021, it was trying to get ahead of the issue. So what's the name of the Citizenship Act that he was proposing then? I'm trying to remember the correct name. But anyways, it was a citizenship legislation which was about legalizing as many people as possible. And that was because he looked at Obama originally and said, you didn't take advantage of this when you had an opportunity in the House and Senate. And so the Biden team worked really closely with a lot of immigrant rights advocates at that point to construct that legislation. But here's where, the Byzantine quality of Congress comes in, because had the parliamentarian of Congress allowed Democrats in the Senate to attach it to a reconciliation bill, it would have passed just by majority, because they had a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate. They didn't have the 60 votes to break the filibuster, and the parliamentarian said, can't do it. So it's really, the counterfactuals in this are fascinating, because you would have had a really significant reform with that. And how different would things look at this point? Fast forward to 2023, and it's the surge at the border and all the flood metaphors and invasion metaphors. It's a very different kind of politics. But I would say I don't think people should give up hope.
How long will it take for Republicans to say, who gives a damn about the parliamentarian, when the parliamentarian says, no, you can't boost your ICE budget to by gazillions of dollars, right? So there's a difference between the Biden team and Biden. I don't think Biden ever put any of his political capital behind that piece. So I agree. I've given up on Congress over the next 18 months or so. But you're from Colorado. 12,000 people, right, showed up for a rally at noon on a Friday in Greeley, in deep red Greeley. Not Denver, 30,000 or whatever showed up in Denver, right? Which is a lot, because, that many people can be expected to show up on a powder day in Colorado, right? But not for a political rally, right? In Greeley, that's there are more cows than 12,000 people in Greeley. So, there is something there, right? I don't have hope in Schumer, right? But there's something brewing there that means to me, don't expect much. I'm not holding my breath over the next 18 months, but after that, who knows?
But just to dovetail on this really quickly, so not just in Greeley, but did anyone see the Chuck Grassley town hall? Some of the footage of that in Iowa, and it was totally about the Abrego Garcia stuff. And you don't want to reify one town hall meeting. It can be, it's a lot of contingency about who shows up, but that's striking. And you have enough of those kind of town hall meetings. Think about what happened with Obamacare with town hall meetings. It could have some influence. So,
Juliet.
What a great panel. This question's for Stephen, actually, and because I love this project, of course, I love the time dimension. And so one thing I wanted to ask you about is, to some extent, maybe now as we kind of go forward and surveillance increases, we might actually see the time element playing kind of a resistance role in attachment, right? So, and what I mean by that is, even as more states make more room for attachment, right? Like states that are creating driver's licenses that immigrants can to give access to more public access to society. More time means more attachments, and that means more opportunities for ICE and other immigration officials to encounter people, to find people. And there's that great article by Mackenzie Funk about the Pacific Northwest and their use of social media and other ways in which immigrants had kind of embedded themselves. So that his point was, the longer that people are here, the easier it is becoming because of these sort of new surveillance techniques for people to be discovered. And so in some ways, time is working against attachment, and attachment is working against that as well. So
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. I mean, this is what I sort of meant when I was joking earlier about 5 years being measured in dog years, because it's like, I think the Jorge Zaldivar example I gave is one type of challenge, usually associated with maybe like an adulthood arrival who may not be as plugged into different sort of social media and online kind of activities that could document your presence. But I think for younger people, everything is sort of being documented and captured and surveilled. So so it's not so much a challenge of documenting that you were in fact here, but sort of like performing a version of your life that is free from blemish, that will not derail your opportunities down the road. I mean, that's true for, I think, all young people. I mean, as a parent, I'm seeing that with my kids, but I think especially for non-citizens, it's especially perilous. And I was also thinking about how, in this earlier conversation about, can Congress do anything? What I worry about is even if you make these little changes to create pathways for inclusion, like a kind of like the 2013 Senate bill, or even like smaller things like, I would love if we could just extend and update 245I, just like let people adjust their status from in the country. I feel like that would solve a lot of problems. But, I feel like that is going to be an incomplete form of relief unless you also decriminalize or sort of like reduce the number of triggers within the criminal legal system that might derail you. And your question about surveillance and all that, I think, is in that kind of category of concerns I have about like, again, you really are forced to kind of perform a certain life, but it's, it's like there's so much data being collected at all times where anything can be used against you. That's the other thing I'll say. Like, this is, I just reread Department of State versus Munoz, where like I don't want to get too in the weeds, but it's about a case about doctrine, the doctrine of consular non-reviewability. And it's just like this whole situation where migrants are effectively legally vulnerable and then kind of put into a situation where they have to concede removability and then carry the burden of having to show their relief. So it's not even like if you're in a defensive posture for removal, it's not a great position, but at least you have all these due process rights. But in like so many applications for relief or so many immigration benefits, you're technically the applicant, and due process doesn't apply to a benefit that's never been doled out. And then so when you lose, it's your fault. And so there's a way that, like, again, it's not just time, but all the entire mechanism is designed to like put immigrants in a kind of position of weakness, and they carry the burden. And then when things don't work out, it becomes individualized, and the government sort of like removed from the situation entirely.
So we're going to end where we started with Hiroshi.
Is this on? Yeah. So, again, I'm really grateful for this panel and how thoughtful it is, as I have been throughout the day. And I don't know if there's a question or comment. We'll see. We'll just put a question mark at the end of it. What do you think? What do you think about this? But I just want to connect a couple things that I think run through all of your comments, but also connect up to prior panels. And, Dan, I really appreciate your look at, the challenges, because the challenges are clearly there. And one thought I had was, well, there's imperial presidency can go either way, potentially, right? So the question really is, if you see those challenges, what is the way to move ahead even with those challenges? And what would break the gridlock, or whatever metaphor you want to use? And then that brings me to something that's come up in multiple panels, and Cesar, you brought it up here, is localism. I mean, really local belonging and that kind of thing. And I sense, and I said this in an earlier panel, but I sense that a lot of the value of thinking locally and is I think you put it, seeing people as neighbors, and not as very distant, and you really see the humanity in people and how they affect you, and you tend to see people embedded in communities. I think that's the reason why local and state decision-making is important. And that may be one way to do it, right? I mean, to get Republican mayors, just to take one group on board about saying, we need to revitalize our cities, or whatever it may be. And these are the small things. But here's what I'm concerned about here, and this may be why I'm less of a localism romantic, and that is that localism in American history has a bad name, and I think for a reason, and that is that a lot of the same people who want local belonging are very much opposed to something like Arizona's SB 1070 or the delegation of enforcement authority to local police. And the question is, how can you be for local belonging, but also be very skeptical or opposed to SB 1070 and that type of enforcement? And I think, I explained this partly in the book, but I've also written about it before and been criticized about this before for this view. But I think it goes back to what we were talking about in the previous panel about discretion, because a lot of local enforcement means putting discretionary choices, this goes back to what Juliet was saying, discretionary choices below the radar make it completely non-transparent. It's sort of like when in Trump 1, he said that there was an executive order that's saying he's going to end discretion in enforcement. Well, he wasn't going to end discretion. He was just going to he's going to delegate it to field officers who will never be held accountable, right? And so what I'm concerned about is the localism emphasis. One salutary effect might be to change the national conversation, but a downside is that we return, in a different way to Dred Scott, we return to a time when local communities could kick people out. It's whether it's through saying that people aren't people, or kind of reminds me of what I guess used to be the Swiss citizenship practice of having people vote on whether they wanted you to become a citizen, people in the same community. So that's just a kind of a thought about the challenge question and the localism question and discretion. And then on time, this is more an observation, but I think we've been using time in two different respects in these conversations today. One is a sense of history. It could be personal history of an accrued sense of a claim, I suppose. It could also be a more, that's an individual thing. It could also be a more global history about what the history of U.S.-Mexico relations has been. Those are both backward-looking time, but there's also this idea of forward-looking time, right? And I think another theme, and this ties this panel with really both previous panel, is that it's also forward-looking time in the sense that I see the challenges in polarization, but you've got to think about ways to move forward in spite of that. And this is confessional. Brings me back to wondering if my own book is written by a person with too much patience. It's interesting that the backwards-looking time tends to give rise to impatience, or like, you owe it to me. I've had this accrue over time, and why don't I have it now? And the other forward-looking time and say, well, you're going to take small steps, and I'm not sure honestly how to reconcile those things. That's sort of a tension between the claim that's accrued and owed to you, you think, and the idea that to make the world right, it's going to take time looking forward. So I don't know. Those are just some thoughts on that.
So I'm going to take the prerogative to remove the question mark from the end and just make it a period.
Okay. Fair.
And so that we can continue the conversations more informally. Please first join me in thanking these panelists. For everyone else, there's a reception right next door in Betcher with some snacks and drinks. Lindley has asked for the panelists, all the panelists, to come to the front for a picture, and then we can join the people.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.